there's a lot of people that are not going to like a lot of things that I have to say in this video, so that's my disclaimer. I'm not apologizing for it. My spiritual team will not get off my back about opening my throat chakra and saying everything that's been happening to me. I thought I thought this may have been over, but apparently not. So if you're easily offended, probably just don't watch it. There's a lot of men and women who I feel as though have not survived what I've been put through. And so I feel as though it is my absolute duty to do them justice and to speak up about this. I am very concerned that no one will get to see this video, because that's what happens every time I try to tell you something. It's been happening for the best part of a decade. So here goes. There is no such thing as a patriarchy. Let that sink in. If you're 19 or you're 90, you have never lived under masculine rule. And I feel as though other people must have tried to tell you this, but I've never heard it. Everyone's just busy harping on about the same thing: AI, robots, data centers, flat earth, and we're in a loop spell. I'm not saying that those things don't need to be talked about, but there's a lot more important things that need to be handled now. For 42 years, I have been stalked, harassed, humiliated, and tormented by the female entity. I did not say woman, I said the female entity, which is anything but human. And they cannot survive on Mother Earth without absolutely destroying feminine energy. And I'm not saying that they haven't come after real men too. And I know you have got your stories. I know you have. But a lot of the time what they're doing is they're distracting and moving you out of the way so that they can get to us. They're making sure we don't have no protection. That's what they do. That's what they do. And the reason they do that, they have masculine energy in this species of parasite, because that's what it is. And I don't mean that it's venom. There is no Edda in this scenario. There's never been an Edda. It's a parasite that learned how to take human form. And it's taken every form. There's no black and white here. Why would it do that? That's the narrative it likes to feed you, because it's easy. You're easy bait if you're going to believe that. But the real truth is, you dominate by constantly lying. That means that this parasite is pretty much in every household. So when David Icke and people like this are coming out and they're talking to you about reptilians, I'm not saying that they might not have reptilian in their bloodline, because they're very much like snake bitches. I'm not saying that they don't. But what I'm saying is, they're not just in high up spaces. What would be the point in that? You control the people by acting like you're their family members. That's how you really control them. And so in their species, there's only a queen. So they've never really been playing chess, because only we have kings. Only we have gods. They don't respect masculine energy. This is why they do things like use porn, use gaming, use sport is a huge one. Anything they can do to distract the masculine, to get them out of the way, because we are the real meal. We are the real ones that they want to destroy. I found out last year, through going within, through really, really sitting with my spiritual team, that they just dropped game after game on me last year in a way that I didn't know if I was going to be able to breathe. That I have been used in the most unbelievable way. That when they say that they're playing chess, not checkers, babe, they're playing a game you ain't never fucking heard of. Because that's what skanks do. You know when Jay-Z said, men lie, women lie, numbers don't? This whole thing has only ever been about numbers. But I mean, in a very bizarre sense. I have been used since I've been a child. They've been using the 369 rules to abuse me. And they do it by using my age, or they do it by using the year. So, for example, in 2010, which is a 3 year, I went through the most horrific heartbreak and subsequent abuse over and over again by everyone around me. It was insane. Like they smelt blood and they went in for the kill. And it's because my next birthday was going to be 27. So they was doing two things to me. They was doing the 2010 thing, but they was also doing the 27 club thing. I didn't finish what I was telling you about what I found out last year. After removing what was my biggest art, and I'll get into more detail about that later, perfectly placed, very uncomfortable, I discovered that I have been surrounded by feminine entities that all live at a number 6. I don't mean that they live at a number 6 blatantly. I mean that at 9 years old, I moved into the number 33 with the most abusive of all of them, which was put in the space of presenting as my mother. She never was. She never was. Her mother, my staged grandmother, lived at number 501. We can do this maths easily. The mother of my staged stepfather lived at number 87, which reduces down to a 15, which reduces down to a 6. The staged mother's friend, who was my godmother, who had apparently been there since I'd been small, they'd been friends since they were 19, so the story goes. And they both gave birth when they were 21. Hold on to that. She lived at number 42. And then last year, when I had to throw out my biggest art, she moves into number 113A. We can figure out that that adds up to 5, yeah? We know what A equals in maths. I really want you to just think about what I've been surrounded by. This is why some people think that they're in a matrix, but they might not have worked out how actually sinister this is. What is the mathematical probability that that could happen to someone? And when I start to break down to you everything that's been happening in my life, I dare you to tell me that I'm making this up, because that is impossible. I also add that I am a life path number 3, which is the creator. That's all that I should be spending my time doing, is creating in all different ways. All of us should really, but my life path number's 3, and I'm all 3 fire signs. So I'm Aries Sun, Sag Moon, Leo Rising. And as a child, I was surrounded by 3 sides, 3 different families that were all black. There was the staged mother's side, the staged father's side, and the staged stepfather's side. And within all 3 of those families, I didn't have anyone that I could trust, anyone that I could talk to, anyone that really had my back within any of that. There was always this very bizarre sort of black mirror energy where we're just having conversations about you behind your back. Like they're all in on a secret that you don't know, and you are kept outside of the framework of these families, but you're not allowed to go anywhere. And we're going to shame you if you want to be friends with people and you want to escape us by telling you that you should want to be around your family and having friends is not a good thing. This is the framework in which I had to grow up in. And all of them are comparing notes. I've got proof of that. You're pretending as though you don't like each other and you don't get on. And I don't feel as though that was fully a pretense. But if you think about government agencies, they might all work under the framework of the government, but within that, they've got jurisdiction issues. You're allowed to go there, you're not allowed to go there. They've got individual beef. They've got things that some people are going to be able to have access to. There's different levels to all of it. And that's the framework of it. So although it appeared as though they didn't like each other, which obviously caused me more stress, behind the scenes, they were all working against me. Now, I'm going to start from the beginning and shit, I'm going to give you a trigger warning right now because shit's about to get very uncomfortable. So I don't really have any memories before being 3 years old. And I don't know if anyone else can say this, I don't know. Most of my core memories for my whole life are negative. 90% in the negative. Like, I don't know if this is normal, it doesn't feel normal. But at 3 years old, the staged parents, because I will never refer to them as my parents because I don't believe they are my parents. I believe that I was a stolen child. There's no way that I could have survived a minute in that corrosive womb. Not for a second. At 3 years old, I was taken to Malta with the staged stepfather and the staged mother. Sometimes I refer to her as Mother Gothel because there's never been a more accurate depiction. And they allowed me to drink sangria and to get drunk at 3 years old. And I was hallucinating and talking about how there's a little pussycat and hi little pussycat and all this shit. And on the same night, I got ready for bed and I had a t-shirt on, but I didn't have anything on my bottom. And I asked for some underwear. And the staged mother said, oh, she hasn't got any clean ones for me. I'll be all right. Just go to bed. And I remember feeling like super uncomfortable, like, because the t-shirt didn't cover my bottom half, like at all. And I remember feeling super uncomfortable about it. But it was hot in the room. And at some point I fell asleep. Now this room was like an open plan room. So it had like a sofa bed at one end, which pulled out into a bed, and that's what I was asleep on. And then it had a kitchen at the other side. And regarding the underwear thing, I remember thinking, she's never said that before. She's never said she ain't got no underwear for me. What's going on? And I just remember feeling like uncomfortable. But they went to bed and I went to sleep. And then I remember being woke up because they was in the kitchen area at the other side of the room and they were laughing. And I thought, when did they get back up again? And this is one of my first memories. And do you know what they did? They took a picture of me asleep, face down, with all my bottom half out, and they put it in the family album. And when I tell you that this book is red and leather, and it's like A4 size, and it's got like gold lettering on the front, and it don't look nothing like a family album. When I get deeper into this story, you'll start to understand what I'm saying. But that was the first thing that happened. Another thing that I remember, which was at the same age, was that the stage stepfather was in the bath in the daytime and she was messing around in the bathroom with him. Again. And he ended up thinking it was funny to pull her into the bath with all of her clothes on. Now I'm 3 and like, I guess he was sort of newly introduced to me. And I got like scared and I thought he was doing something to her. So I started crying, right? And she was like, oh no, he's only joking. Like, don't be silly. Like, come in the bathroom. And then obviously he's naked in the bath, innit? So I'm 3. Like, I'm gonna look. Like, that's not the parts that I've got. So, like, what's going on? And I remember something very specific. He was clocking me looking at him. And it's almost like he was making sure I was looking. And he made no attempt to cover himself up. And I remember just thinking, like, what? Like, just being confused by it. And I tell you, I never even saw this man without a shirt on ever again after that day. Now, you might have started to notice that what I'm describing to you are rituals. When so in 2017, I wrote this book. And this is not a book plug, and this is not my name anymore. This is the name my slave owners gave me. But you can see me on the back here. If you want to read the book, I'll get a digital like copy, and you can just read it. Like, just read it. It's 400 pages of my own trauma, and I had to edit it all myself. So so there'll be mistakes in there. I know there is, but you get the gist, right? But when I wrote that book, I didn't know there were rituals. I just thought this was narcissism, which is not a real thing, by the way. Narcissism's not real, fam. It's just all the traits of this parasitic entity, which has a queen and no king. This is why, I don't want to go off on tangents here, I'm trying to stay on point, but this is why you keep talking about DL this and DL that, and how you've had men around you who try to steal your energy and they're jealous of you and all this shit. I'll get to my own experiences with that bullshit later. But that is why it's happening. Because in their species, they look up to feminine energy. They only have a queen. So when they act like that, remember, you're a real woman. You're a real man. They're not supposed to be on Earth. And the only way that they can be on Earth is to lash onto you like a leech. And I think that they must resent that. That they can't just exist like without us. And it's why they get so mad when we're detached from them. But anyway, at 6 years old, she became pregnant with what was to be my staged younger brother. That same year, I was traumatized by a physical fight that took place between the staged stepfather and my staged father. And the whole backstory of my staged father is that he's never got 2 pennies to rub together, and everything he says to you is a lie and a disappointment, and he's just never got your back. Because you're not supposed to have any protection. So what that does is that sets a stage in your life where you think that masculine energy just lies to you and lets you down, and you should just firm it. And you should never ascend for higher, and you should never expect more from masculine energy, because that's all they can give you. And that's very much what this female parasite wants you to believe, because you are worth so much more. So now the stage brother is born. He just happens to be born on the 6th of January, which is Capricorn, which is the devil in tarot, which is number 15, which is a 6. And I'm not telling you that I was treated well in between these ages, because I wasn't. I was basically a carer for my stage brother the minute he got there. Because what's happening is you're always supposed to be in servitude. You're always supposed to be serving the parasite. And the way that they continue to feed off of you is to keep you underfed for a start. Because if you're underfed, you are weakened and you are easier to siphon. A key point that I want to make to you right now, if any of you have ever suffered from growing pains as a child, growing pains aren't real, babe. You've got so many fucking siphons coming off of you from all directions that your body can't handle it. I was sent to the doctor several times where there was never any outcome. And I'm pretty sure he was a male parasite who was getting his fix while I was there. It's not, is it fibromyalgia? A lot of people mock that, yeah, and be like, oh, you're just making it up and this and that. That I guarantee you, because I was on painkillers for a lot of my adult life, cocodamol and tramadol. The reason that's happening is because you're surrounded by parasites and you're not addressing it. You're not cutting them out of your life. And I know that it's difficult, but it results in actual physical pain. That's what it does to you. It's breaking down your body because your mind can't cope with what's happening to you. At 9 years old, I was put into the class of a fucking monster at school. Now, I'd always been good at school. I'd always enjoyed it because it was escapism from what was happening at home, right? I just want to make the point that I never remember anyone physically touching me in a sexual manner. Those stories that I told you earlier, that's what I remember of it. I remember the feeling of feeling icked, feeling kind of just like repulsed, right? That is another way that they feed off of you. Do you remember? I don't think it was Judy Garland. I can't remember her name. I'll insert it if I remember. But do you remember this story she told about how she went to this producer's house with her mum and they separated them, and the producer exposed himself to her, and she was like 8, 9 years old, and she didn't know what to do. She just started laughing, and he was incensed with rage that she did that. I don't know what that ritual is. I don't know what that means. But if anyone can tell me, I'd be very grateful, right? Where they disgust you and they get fix off of it. But he didn't actually touch her. It's like your eyes seeing them, like that's enough to do it, like. But you're just like, oh. So at 9 years old, I got put into a class of what you can only describe as like your typical Karen witch. And I'd liked all my other teachers up until then. This was also at the same time that we moved into number 33. And Mother Gothel still lives at number 33 to this day. And I'm 42, fam. She's never left that address. So at 9 years old, I suddenly have a teacher that doesn't like me. And I mean, she really doesn't like me. And, you know, your normal thing, which I've had to learn is just not even real, really, at this point. You think it's about race. But there were 2 other black girls in my class and she was fine with it. It was just me. She just fucking didn't like me, right? And it's because the other teachers love me so much. I think that she was just like, fuck this bitch. But I now know that she had a very clear-cut goal of what she was going to do. And she kept on traumatizing me around maths. And what she was trying to do was to get me to disassociate from numbers, because they had a suspicion that one day I might put this shit together. And that, boys and girls, is why you went through the GATE program. The GATE program happened in this woman's class, but I believe it was the following year. She's the only teacher that I had for 2 years. Imagine that. Your worst teacher you have her for 2 years. And I believe because whatever they were trying to remove from my head, it didn't work in the first year. So they had to come in for a second one. I want you to know that they were never ever looking for gifted and psychic children. They knew you were there. That's the whole reason they were there. They've been tracking you since the minute you got here, fam. All the rest of it is a stage. Picking other people, moving them around in rooms, saying all of this shit. I remember walking into school one day and we had big windows over like the choir area, and the witch teacher and another teacher from another room were covering them over with big sheets of paper. So immediately you're like, what's going on? Like, why are they doing that? And they're being so hush hush about this. Like, they're not saying anything about what's going on. And as much as I don't actually remember what they did to me in that room, I remember the headphones, I remember the flashcards, and I remember those blue and pink tablets that they used to make us chew on. What I remember specifically is that they made me wait until absolute last. Like everyone else had got to do it, and I didn't get to see what was happening in this room. And that is psychological fuckery. What these entities like to do to you is to make you think you're going to miss out on something, that you're going to be left out, and it's something that you shouldn't want. That's what ghosting is. It's to make you feel like you should want something that is actually really bad for you. And it affects how you're now going to interact with this thing. It's that thing, because I was very, very neglected as a child, extremely neglected. So in my head, I'm like, why is it me that's going to miss out again? Like, why are they making me wait? Like, what have I done? Like, all this shit, because you're 9, fam. Or I might have been 10 at this stage, I'm not sure. But same classroom, same teacher. And all of it, that was the main objective. And do you want me to know what? Do you want to know why they really did it to you? Because you've got ancient DNA. They made you. They made you. Do you? If your life sounds anything like my life, what I'm explaining to you, you were made. You wasn't born. You've got ancient DNA in you because they needed your frequency to be able to stay in this realm. And they don't want you to remember that. This is why they plague you with debts and terrible men and terrible women and terrible friends who backstab you at every turn, and a terrible bloodline who always give you really bad advice about shit. All of those people in your fake bloodline are ops. They're there to watch you. They're there to see what you remember and whether you need tweaking. I know it. I know who I am. I know whose DNA they went and took and made me. And I'm not supposed to know that. And I fucking do. And I know the reason why they're so scared of me. And you should be. Because I don't know what's going to happen next, right? But what I do know is that I am supposed to be in a trine. And so this is why they always need the power of 3 to abuse me. And sometimes they need to go extra hard, so they use 6 because it's double the trine, because they're not that powerful. This whole time, none of this triangle shit and this 33 shit is really what you think it is. They're kind of just like signaling to each other. They need to work off of a grid pattern to be able to stay here. They figured out who we are and then decided to kind of double that to control us. It's a weird thing. It's like, as much as they hate us, they worship us at the same time. It's bizarre. It makes you feel sick. In fact, for years, I went through this really bad period where if I was wearing shorts, I'd just itch. I'd just itch my legs until they were red. And it's like, because I can constantly feel all of this, like, all of this parasite energy under my skin. I don't want it there. Like, you're always watching, all the time, watching, being weird as fuck. And you will not leave me alone. And when I discover that you're an op and I remove you from my life, you're mad at me. Imagine that. Imagine your sole purpose is to destroy someone and to watch them for signs of weakness and then say things to them to debilitate their mental health. And when you figure that out, they're vexed. Like, how fucking dare you do this to me? What am I supposed to do now? Do you know what it gives? It gives mosquito. Mosquitoes ain't got no business taking your blood. That's your body. But what will they also do? Leave someone else's dirty blood in you. You've just been doubly fucked over. I didn't even know you got bit. That's how they like to move. The hidden hand. The pathetic hidden fucking hand. Why don't you come out here and fight me in the light? You've got to hide behind all of this bullshit, all of these lies, all of your fuckery that is coming back to haunt you, by the way. Because the saying you're doing too much has never been more real. That is exactly how you snitched on yourself. You just did so many things to me from all angles for so long that it was obvious this couldn't be someone's fucking life. It's obvious that something else is going on. It's obvious that you're being tortured on purpose. What else could it be? Like, do I seem like I'm incompetent of holding a job down? Do I seem like I'm incompetent of keeping a relationship? Do I seem like I can't run a house? I moved out at 17. I ran away at 17. And you did everything to get me back in your fucking clutches. Because I've always known how to be better than you. I had to get a drink. It was getting kind of heated. Not only did I have the witch nightmare teacher, I also went on holiday to Gran Canaria. Now, if you haven't noticed, this is going to become a pattern of them taking me on holiday to do rituals. In Gran Canaria, the staged brother turned 2 on the flight back. So yeah, I was 9. And this was a holiday, the first one of 2, where the mother of the staged stepfather came. One of the just really small things that happened there was like, there's 3 adults in this apartment and 3 children. I'm the oldest at 9. And I'm being scolded by the stepfather for washing up after lunch and rinsing the plates off in cold water because they weren't mixer taps, they were separate. So if I used the hot tap, I was burning my hands. There wasn't no gloves. So I was being like shamed for doing that. And I'm like, why was I washing up at 9 years old when there's 3 adults in the house and you're on holiday? That's just a small detail. But the main event was that at some point on this holiday, the stage stepfather took us to a beach. And this beach we were walking around for ages, right? Ages. So remember, his mother is there, right? And there's a 2-year-old, and then he had a son from another relationship, and he was, I believe, 5 or 6 at the time. We've been walking and walking and walking for ages. And then suddenly we end up on a beach, a nudist beach, full of really, really old people, all naked. And obviously, like, you're like, what? And so immediately, you know, the female entities start like chastising him and saying, oh, what have you done here? Like, how have we ended up here and this, that, and the other? I don't believe none of it. I believe it was a ritual. Again, no one ain't touching you, but you're being made to walk through the middle of this, and it's gross. Like, I don't want to see this shit. That's the whole point. But I'm telling you, there's no way that this was a mistake. Again, he was a moron. He did really bizarre things, like once there was a bonfire at his house and he couldn't get any of the fireworks to work. So he threw them in the bonfire. And then they all started going off and we had to run away from him. And it's like, there's just no emotional intelligence, but of course there's not. So I'm sorry for going off on another tangent. This is a lot. The reason why they are so cruel to children, why they humiliate and, in the worst cases, do worse things to them, is because in their species, as soon as they're formed, that's as much as they're ever going to evolve. So, like, they're born ready, is what I'm trying to tell you. So they think as soon as you're born, you're fair game. This is the reason why this has been happening. You need to understand it because it's awful, but it does help you to understand that you're not dealing with a human. You've never been dealing with that. Look at the world. It's literally falling apart because they're dying, because they've eaten themselves out of house and home. They've done so much that it's now obvious that it's demonic. Like, what else could it be? How could everything in your life be negative unless something is going drastically wrong? No one's trying to fix nothing. Come on. It's obvious. So yeah, so this is why they bully you when they're an adult and you're like 5, because they see you as the same. Like, you're fair game. It's awful. They can drive a car and like buy a house and stuff, and you have to stay trapped by them. But this is the reason why it's happening. So the second part of stripping out the numbers out of my head was, obviously with the same teacher, was for there to be a parents' evening where Mother Gothel attended. And apparently, I wrote about this in the book as well. The teacher spoke to her really rudely and said that she wasn't impressed with me and how I didn't know how to do maths and all of this. And I thought that the teacher had actually witnessed me coming to school late all the time, me being unkept, and maybe that she wanted to say something to her about it. And obviously, the stage mother didn't like that because they can't tolerate any kind of skepticism. And that's what I thought happened behind the scenes. No, not even close. The whole thing was a setup. They're both parasites. And the main aim of all of it was to scare me, to terrify me, because that woman came to pick me up from the stage grandmother's house and she was just acting like a wild animal. Imagine you're like, I think I was 10 now, and she's screaming at you about how you're going to learn maths and you're going to do long division and you're going to do all of this stuff because she's not having that woman speaking to her and she's going out of her mind. And it's like, it doesn't matter. If I don't understand it, which I did, I was being deliberately being detached from it, then surely you shouldn't be screaming at me like this. Like, you're just going off wild. But that was the point. It's the trauma. The trauma that they do to you is part of the siphoning. And I'm going to get into that as well. Like, how that's really important that they do that to you, because it helps to like seal the deal. So yeah, then from then she made me do it after school and everything. So then I definitely hated maths and numbers. And when I went to secondary school, for the first the first year that I was in secondary school, they put me in the top set. And I know that was to test, to make me feel stupid, but also to make sure she's forgot everything. Because it's not really about the maths, it's not about algebra and long division and all that. It's about pattern recognition. It's about the way that you see numbers. But if you just make me, every time I see maths, I just feel like I just immediately switch off, then how am I ever going to recognize that? So that was part of it. But there's other things I'm not going to go into at this stage because I want to know if anyone else if you start to look at it behind the scenes, does this fit for you? Now, one thing that I want to make really clear is I went to 2 Catholic schools, and this matters. I was the only one in that bloodline that went to two Catholic schools. The stage brother went to the first one, but he apparently didn't get in the second one, so he just went to a normal secondary school. The stage mother or her twin brother did not go to any Catholic schools. But the stage grandfather was the one who was Catholic. So somehow it's got nothing to do with it. They needed to siphon my energy. The first school was St. Catherine's, which has a Catherine wheel as its emblem, as its logo, which is a torture device. The second school was Notre Dame. And what does that mean? It means Our Lady. So you're putting your energy into two feminine saints for the first part of from being 3 years old to 16. And you think that doesn't matter? Now, what they said to me when I applied for secondary school, they did another ritual. They tried to make out that my acceptance letter wasn't there. All the rest of your friends have found out they've got into secondary school and you haven't. Again, doing this thing where it's always you that's left out, right? And I need you to understand that this is crucial to the latching on that they do. You have to want it. You have to, especially as you get older. It's like, it's not good enough to, when you're little, they just make you do shit. You ain't got no choice over it. They make you clean, they make you tidy up, they make you do things you don't want to do. But as you get older, for some reason, there has to be this real deception that takes place where you agree to it. Karma, I guess. It's going to be the karma thing, isn't it? You agreed to it, but you didn't know what you was agreeing to. So they were just making out like, oh, we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know if you're going to get in. Your letter's just missing, apparently. But what you could do, your stage grandfather goes to Catholic church. Maybe if you went there too, then the priest could write you a letter of recommendation. And you're like, yeah, I'll just do whatever because I just want to be with my friends. And they're like, yeah, you will. So now not only are you in a Catholic school 5 days a week, now on a Sunday, you're also in a Catholic church. You don't want to be there. You don't feel comfortable there. It's cold. You're standing up, sitting down, kneeling down. You're saying all these things you don't understand. The organ is an ear sore. The singing is appalling. And you're cold. And you try your best to tune all of this out, but the fact is that you're in that building and you're being siphoned. But you can't get out of it now because you start saying you don't want to go to church because you don't like it. Too late now. You agree to it. So what happened to my acceptance letter? Well, suddenly we lived at 33 Skelby Drive. And after, a few weeks or whatever, she says, maybe you should go and check 33 Skelby Close. Maybe there's a chance that it went there instead. Sometimes the postman gets confused. So you go around there, and she said, if it's there, don't open it. Bring it back. So you go around there, and the guy is in. And he's like, oh, yeah, like I held on to it because obviously I knew if I put it back in the post, it's got my address on it, so it's just going to come back. So I thought someone would turn up for it eventually. And you're like 10 or 11. You're just like, whatever, I've got it. But as an adult, you're like, cap, this whole thing was another ritual. And of course, you've gotten in. But now you're so much more grateful that you have gotten in this Catholic school. You wear your uniform with pride. And because really I was just grateful to have something new because, that was not very often at all. But you start to see what is happening. And you start secondary school at 11. And at first, you have two buses. Well, I have to catch four buses a day to get to this school. And it's exhausting. And you're going through puberty. And at first, you have two buses you can catch. You have the 93 and you have the 94. But after a year at school, year 8, 12 years old, the 94 gets stopped, which made no sense because there was a real lack of buses. It was so annoying. Like, it took forever to get out of your area. So now there's only the 93 that you can catch, which should come every like 25 minutes, but it doesn't, right? There's another bus that comes a different route, but that only comes once an hour. And that is the number 39. And when you're 12, the bus fare goes up to 33 pence. So you take the 93 and you pay 33 pence. And when you get on it, you say 33, please. And then when you get into the city centre, the second bus that you have to catch is the number 60. So 4 times a day, you're catching either the 60, the 39, or the 93. And every time you get on the bus, you're saying 33, please. Are you fucking kidding me? So you're starting to catch what I'm putting down with this year. So I don't really remember my 12th birthday, I have to be honest. I don't know if something happened. Probably did. I don't remember. What I do remember is that my 15th, the devil card in tarot, which fell in 1999, which a lot of people will say was the end of the good times, which I very much agree with. There were several humiliation rituals that happened to me, and they were all terrible. I'll start. So the main event was that for the fake stepfather's 40th, we were going to go to Florida. Right? But there's so much more to it than that. So the fake mother comes to you and she says, we're going to go to Florida, but it's really, I'm 15, remember, I'm in high school. I don't have an income. Remember this. We're going to go to Florida, but your stage younger brother, his dad, your fake stepdad, is going to pay half towards him. He's going to pay for his son from the other relationship. But you need to go and ask your stage dad for money towards the holiday. Because there's no one to pay for you apart from me, and I can't afford it all by myself. So she says, right? And I'm like, I don't want to go on holiday with you again. Just leave me here. I'll stay somewhere else. Like, and she's like, no, it's a family holiday. But the thing is that your stage father will not give you money for this holiday. So you need to make up that it's for something to do with school. Pay attention to what I'm telling you because it's bizarre. So she's telling me that at 15 years old, I'm being forced to go on a holiday that I didn't ask to go on. I have no means to pay for. But in order to get the money towards it, not all of it, that was never going to happen. I need to make up a lie to my stage father. This is what you're telling me I need to do. And I'm just like, what is all this work that I always need to do? I don't understand this. It's bad enough that the house is a fucking shit tip, but when you decide you're going to have family members over, I'm put into double overdrive Cinderella mode and made to do all of this housework that really I was the only one doing it anyway. They used to call me downstairs on a Saturday when they had their feet up on the sofa and make me hoover around them. This is the kind of power trip they were on. She used to call me from my bedroom to pass her something out of the kitchen when she's in the living room. Because that's what you're there for, bitch. She would have people around for dinner and I'd help prepare so much of this meal. Yet she had this small primary school chair, which is like kindergarten if you're in America. And say there's like 12 people sat around the table, I have to sit on that small chair. Everything is a power trip, it's a power play to show you that you are less than us. You did all of this, but we don't care. Every time someone tries to talk to you and I hear you from the kitchen, I'm going to call you in the kitchen. And if you heard how she would call my name, glee. It's glee because it's all she's listening to. You will not make any bonds. But the thing that I really didn't like the stepfather's family for is the fact that they used to say, oh, poor Eva, having to go in the kitchen and do this, yet you're still going to sit around this woman's table after she... Do you think I'm going to do that if I see that you're treating a child like this? I'm not coming back to your house for nothing. But they always did because they're part of it. So I make up a lie to the stage father, telling him that it's something to do with science, that I need these science books, and they're like £150. And he's like, what? Now, him and the stage mother, all they do is chat shit about each other through my head. Just constant hate. She's not doing this, he's not doing that. Ask your mother, ask your father, rah, 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 rah. And you're just constantly stressed out by the fact that both of them have to exist. But all of it is a stage. I'm not saying that they like each other. I'm saying that they're on the same side and all of this was a setup. So apparently, this absent father that is never there for me and berates me a lot about my appearance, by the way, as a teenage girl. He rang my school to find out about these books. And the reason I found this out is because I went into a school year-wide assembly. So everyone who's in like, I believe it was year 10 at that point. Everyone who's at year 10, because I was 15. Everyone going into year 10, your whole school year is in there. And your teacher, who I now know is a fucking op, who was part of this, starts telling this story about how he gets a phone call from a dad. And the dad is asking about these school books. And he says, oh, they sound a bit expensive to be anything that we would ask you to pay for. Let me ask a science teacher. And they come back and they say, no, we've not asked for anything like this. We don't know why she's saying you need to pay this money. So in front of you, you've been fucking hazed in front of your whole year for something that you didn't want nothing to do with, that adults have told you to do. Because now it looks like you're a fucking liar to your whole year. And you're just like, you just have to firm it. So what's happening here is you're going through several rituals. You're going through the ritual of you're a povo and you're a burden, but we have to take you on this holiday. So you basically have to like beg for money and you have to lie about it. And now we're going to shame you in front of your whole school. Well, the whole year. And then when that's done, we're going to take you to Florida. But your again, the fake stepfather's mother attends. But when you get to Florida and you're 15, every time we go out to eat, I'm going to remind you that you have to pick from the child's menu. Every single time. We go out like nearly every night for 2 weeks. And you keep on saying, make sure you order from the child's menu, which ends at like a 10-year-old or whatever. And one day his sister just goes nuts on him. The fake stepfather's sister, who's not really his sister and is not related to him in any way, and is the only one who has an actual soul. And a lot of this stuff has happened to her too. And I don't even think she knows it because she's really a beautiful soul, right? And she just says, stop doing this to her. Stop. Whatever you want to eat, I'll pay for it. I'm sick of it. Every single time we go out to eat, you're doing this. I'm tired of it. Apart from my next door neighbor as a kid, she's the only person that's ever defended me like that. But the main event was Disneyland at night, summer of 1999. And I'd be very keen to know if anyone else went to Disneyland at 1999 and they got lost, or someone you were close to got lost. I'd love to know. So we went to see the fireworks at night and we separated. And the fake stepfather took his boys and they went somewhere. And I was with the other three feminines, right? And I just can't even believe I'm saying this now because it just seems so obvious that it was a setup. But you would just never think someone would put their own kids through this. The stepfather reappears, and I don't know, it's like gone 10 now, I think, right, at night. And he starts, and he's known for chatting shit. So he's known for doing what he thinks are funny pranks, but they're not funny. So he starts saying, have you seen the boys? And everyone's like, what do you mean? They went with you. And he said, yeah, but he just wanted to go look at something. And he told him to stay in a certain place, but then they didn't. And now he didn't know where we are. Remember, there's no like phones or nothing. So, and at first, like no one really believes him. But he keeps saying, no, like I don't know where they are, blah, blah, blah. Now, one thing that I've forgotten to tell you is that the first day that we got to Florida, we got there at night. And the next day we woke up and the stage stepfather and Mother Gothel were missing. They'd taken the hire car and they were gone. And they didn't say nothing to no one. And his sister was vexed. Like, how can you come on a family holiday, not tell no one where you're going, and take the car? And she's like, well, I want to go like do stuff. I'm going to like try and book a taxi. His mother was very quiet. She didn't say nothing because she knows exactly where they've gone. They went to set up this ritual. That's where they went. They were gone for most of the day. And things will not slide into place for you. This happened when I was 15 and I only realized this like a year ago. That the whole thing was a setup. They acted like they had lost those boys to terrify me. We know what Disneyland is. And the fact that it's owned by the UK, by the not royal family, the fact that it's owned by them and all of the sixes, you're never going to tell me they did it to tip me upside down because I was about to leave school and things were going to change and they wanted to lock me. I honestly think they attached an entity to me because I just never felt like myself for like ages after that. Like they're just so wicked. I swear to God, they're so wicked. And she was like walking around and there'd be like janitors and stuff cleaning up. And she's schizo anyway. Like it doesn't take nothing to set her off. And she's like, you never know what these people are really working here for. Like you never know what they could do. You never know what could happen to them. And that's the whole reason they're working there now. Knowing what we know about Disney now, yeah. But do you really think it's appropriate? Get your shit together. But it's part of the terror. They have to build up the terror because if you think about it, yeah, if they would have decided to lose me, I'm 15. I'm just going to go like speak to customer service about it and be like, yeah, I've lost these dickheads, like whatever. I'm not going to be terrified, but you're going to be terrified for an 8-year-old child. Like no matter what, man, you're just wicked. And I know that they did. Those kids were not included in that because they could not act that. They could barely hold in tears. They were fucking terrified. But one thing that I do remember is I don't think at any point they ever included the Disney staff. Isn't that something? You would think it'd be all panic stations, but no. Another part that I needed to add. You see, this is why I'm telling you that there's not many people that are alive to talk about this kind of stuff. Because even at this point, this is, I couldn't condense this more down anymore in terms of all the things that have happened to me. I couldn't, this is not even half of it up to this age. Not even half of a half. So the bombardment that you're going through obviously is going to fracture you. It's going to make you forget certain things as well. But what I've forgotten is this. On the way back from Florida, we stopped for a fuel stop in Canada. On the way to Manchester in the UK. I've just Googled it. I'm going to put an insert in here now of what it says. Because that don't make no sense, does it? That doesn't make no sense. Why would we do that? And while we were there, I don't remember what part of Canada we stopped in, but Canada is key to this as well. Main players, US, UK, Canada. On both sides, on the stage mother's side, she had family from Nova Scotia. And on the stage father's side, his father moved to Toronto. That's the backstory. Now, I just told you that the stage mother and the stage father hated each other's guts. Hated each other's guts. Couldn't stop slandering each other. But yet, when we stopped in Canada, she suggested that I call the father of my staged father. And I don't remember ever speaking to him before. I've got to 15 years old and I've never spoken to him before. And I don't remember how she got his number either, but I remember speaking to him on the phone. And when I tell you what happened when I was 21, I'm going to tell you that in my soul, I know that that was some kind of signal, some kind of, we got her. We got her. And that's why she's calling you. I can't explain why we stopped in Canada unless I needed to be on that land temporarily for some reason. And I know how full of chest and bravado that sounds, right? I know. Oh, what? So everything's just about you. I know, but it doesn't make sense. Look at what Google said. And it's like, I don't trust them neither. But it doesn't make sense that we would stop there. There was some turbulence because it does mention that it could be due to extreme weather, but that was actually when we got back on the plane. Like, why would we stop in Canada? It doesn't make no sense. It says that the plane is more than capable for a fuel stop. I particularly remember him saying that's why it was. It was for a fuel stop. When it says that the plane is more than capable of just going from A to B, because it's actually more expensive to do that. So why did it happen? My 15-year-old self, that's when I got my first boyfriend. And I brought him round to the house, which I was never allowed to do actually. But they were desperate to see him. And they saw him, and it turned out that his dad went to school with Mother Gothel, which is not a coincidence. He was in on the whole thing. And he cheated on me and he broke my heart. And then he split up with me. And I came home from school one day. And for some reason, I don't even know why, because it wasn't normal for us all to be sat around the table in the week. It was a weekend thing, but not in the week. But I knew that I had school the next day, so it was in the week. And for some reason, the stepfather was sat across from me, which was also weird, because he used to sit at the head of the table, because he's that kind of fucking dickhead, right? And again, I wrote about this in my book. But now my spiritual team have given me the whole story. Do you know when people say when you go through awakening, you can't handle everything all at once, but you just want it to be over and you're like, just tell me everything? I swear to God, you really can't handle it all at once. You can't, it will kill you. He sits across from me, a 15-year-old girl, just gone through her first heartbreak. There's no one around you that loves you, fam. No one. But strangers really take to you. This is the thing. But all your ops are ops and they're locked around you. And I'm not really speaking and I can't really eat my dinner in it. And he looks across the table at me and he says, "What's up with you, being dumped or something?" He doesn't even speak to me like that. Yet this is what he said. And I just burst into tears, as I'm sure a normal human would. And I get up and I just go upstairs because there's just no justice, no peace. And I hear her saying to him as I go upstairs, "Oh, don't say that to her because that's actually true. That's what's happened to her." Stage. I didn't know this. And about 20 to 30 minutes later, he knocks on my door, which is pretty rare. Right, he knocks on my door and I say, "Come in." And he said, and I thought he meant it. He said, "I'm really sorry." He said, I didn't know." He's like, "All right." He's like, "I'm really sorry." And I was like, okay. Because you never got apologies off adults. You never got apologies off them. And I thought that I'm pretty sure I wrote in the book, I'm not ready to read it again yet. I'm like, it's enough already. But I'm pretty sure I wrote about it and I said, he actually showed some humility in that moment. Not even close to what really happened. They knew. They knew the whole thing. But do you know something? This is another thing you're not going to like. But I swear I'm doing it to save you. This is why religion pushes forgiveness down your throat. Because all they're doing is offsetting their karma onto you. If you know that someone is and I didn't know at that time, all right? But now I'm like militant. If someone does something to you over and over again and you keep on forgiving them, what they're doing to you is that it's a greater fuel to them than the humiliation ritual. That's why they want you to forgive them. Because they're going to do it again and it's going to be worse. But you forgiving them feeds them in a way you have no idea. Why do you think there's so many like people say there's good people and they just always suffer? Because you don't understand the game. You should never forgive them. I'm not telling you you sitting because I've had a problem with grinding my jaw because of the rage that I've experienced, right? I'm not telling you to like just hold it around you every day. Like try and find something that lifts you up, right? But you have every right to be mad and you have every right to never, ever, ever tell them, "I forgive you." Because you've just given them a free pass to all of your favor. That's why they love it. That's why they love telling you that you're the higher being if you accept forgiveness. This is why people say it. They think it's righteous. You don't know that you've just hung yourself. In all ways, if they can get you to feel sympathy for them, that's another way that they do it. You've just destiny swapped with them and you've got no idea you've done it. You've got no idea how this really works. And they don't want you to know because that's how they've been here this long. Don't forgive them. It doesn't mean you have to start like a vigilante campaign against them or whatever. You can just lock them off. Just lock them off. But don't say those words. You're literally crucifying yourself. I'm going to end on 21 because it's the worst. It's the worst, but I'll tell you now that it just carried on. And the weird thing is that I kept moving into house numbers that were like 369s and I didn't know I was doing it. My full name now is 3 and a 3. I didn't know nothing about these numbers, but it's like my DNA was talking to me the whole time. It was telling me things. The other thing that I forgot to tell you is that the whole reason why they did went so hard on me for Florida is because I know that's where I'm really from. I'm not Jamaican. They're just fucking lying. They say that I'm Jamaican on both sides, but I've watched a lot of Jamaican content and stuff. I've never been to Jamaica, but my soul is telling me you're from Florida. If you look at the way I changed so much, like even they couldn't deny how much, like my skin and my hair and everything just came alive, and even they had to admit it. They were like sweaty messes because they just couldn't handle the humidity. But even though they put me through all of that, I could. It's like I could feel the earth talking to me, and I know that's where I'm really from. And I'm a grid worker. That's what I do. But in order to be a grid worker, you have to be on your own land. So what they've done is they've removed you off of your natural grid. This is what immigration is about. Immigration is not about all that noise that they tell you it's about. It's about removing grid workers from the land that they can raise the vibration on. If you remove them, you can use their energy where you've put them, but it'll be very, very difficult for them to use it. That's what they want. So they took my DNA from Florida, which we all know is America is the real Egypt. We all know this. And they put me in a barren, grey, filthy wasteland where I cannot prosper, but they can harness my energy. And that's what they did. Right, toughest. All this has been tough, but I can feel that something is lifting off of me. I only recorded the first bit yesterday, but I already feel like I look different in this camera. So clearly I needed to do this. I don't know what's going to happen next, as I keep saying. But so at 18, I left at 17, and then I got, lightly coerced into buying a house at 18. And it just so happened to be back down the road from Mother Gothel again. And I know you might think after all that, how did you let that happen? But I'm just going to tell you, like, I believe that my food and drink were being laced for years since I've been a child. And when I actually got to 30, I caught the fake grandmother at it. She gave me a drink with my dinner, and there was all this chalky stuff floating at the top of my drink. And she must have not realized, because whatever dirt she was doing it in the back. And she never expected to get called out on this. And I said, "What's all that floating at the top of my drink?" And she said, "What?" She went, "Oh, I've just not mixed it in properly." And I went, "No, what is it?" And she said, it's just a little vitamin. And I went, "What are you talking about? What is it?" And she looked me, she didn't know what to do. And she looked me dead in the eye and she went, "What? You think me I try for pies on you?" And obviously, you've been going to their house every week for dinner. It's the one thing that they insisted on was me going for these meals for dinner. And yet you don't like me. It's obvious you don't like me. You're always talking shit about me and making me feel like I must stay around you, like I'm a bad person if I don't stay around you. But my whole body, everything inside me is telling me to run all the time. Run, you're in danger. And what does she do? As soon as Mother Gothel comes, because she comes for the dinner as well, innit? She walks in and she says, the first thing out of her mouth, "Your daughter think me a try for poison her." Why are you saying it again, Palm Beach Pete? You already done said you're not doing what I've just asked you, innit? So why are you bringing it back up again? And honestly, if you'd have seen the look on both of their faces. But of course, I can't prove it. And I'm going to put up what I think they were using. But I think, Obviously, these people are just they're the pawns. They're the people you can see to blame, but they're nowhere near who's orchestrating this. This shit is international. This shit is completely into the grid system. That's why they want the grid system, so they can use all these little ways to persecute you. I'm going to tell you how minute in a way they're doing this to you. I got in a taxi the other day, and this guy was like, "Oh yeah, we was talking about Uber in it, and sometimes I catch Ubers." And he was saying, "Yeah, Uber, like they just put all these surcharges on that don't even make sense." My missus and her friend, we were all together at the same house. We ordered an Uber to exactly the same place, but there was too many of us to get in one Uber. So she ordered one off her phone, and her friend ordered one off another, and there was like a £2.50 difference in between them. Neither of them had like bad, like oh my god, what's the word? They didn't have a bad rating either, like either of them. It's in these little tiny ways that they are ruining you. All these little tiny £5, £10, £100, £300 here, there, and left and centre that you just think is just, you don't realise that it's just happening to you. You're being lowballed more than other people. You're having to pay more prices than other people. There was a lady, I swear, I've tried to look for it. DreOG posted a woman who was talking about how she was an American white woman, yeah, and she was saying about how for no reason her credit allowance, so the maximum she was allowed to borrow, had been reduced, and all the criteria that they said the reasons why it could have been reduced, she didn't fit any of them. She'd not done any of them. And when she contacted him and she asked him, "Why have you done this?" they wouldn't tell her. They just said it's one of these reasons. She said it's not. And they were like, "Firm it." And that was it. And she posted it. And everyone in the comments that were saying it had happened to them were all women. This is what they do to us. And divine masculine, you may not have noticed this, because then I'm not saying they never do it to you, but they're not coming after your bank account like they're coming after ours. I will tell you right now, and I'll tell you why at the end. I have less than £1 in my bank account. Right now, it is the 21st of May, and there's barely any food left, and I have no way of getting any more money. There's no more money coming. That's kind of why my spiritual team were like, "You think this is a bad thing that this has happened to you, but you can't live like this no more, because the money that you were getting was barely feeding you. So you have to come out of this. You have to stand up for what has been happening to you, because this energy siphon of you agreeing to take this money from the system, because they've made sure that you get bullied out of every single fucking job you have. And at this point, I do not have the energy to go into a workplace ever again. I know I don't. I know I don't. And I'm definitely not going to the doctors about any of this. So why would I ever trust the NHS after the next story that I'm going to tell you? So basically, we're just at a stalemate where, yeah, there's no more money coming, and there's not going to be no rent paid. There's not going to be anything. And I tell you something, I don't have one bit of shame about it, because I know it's not my fault. I know how independent and how capable I am. And I know that most people couldn't have handled 20% of this. And I think that's the point. I don't think I'm meant to still be here. I don't think that was the plan for me. And they're not happy about it. So because I am, you're now like this fucking wild card that we've tried everything to crush you, to take the favor that you have over you, that I apparently know about but can't tap into, which is just super annoying. But I think it's because of the land that I'm on. And that's it. That's it. If I have to sit here and Whatever, fam. I'm just gonna go on my decks and fucking play my music, and whatever happens, happens. Because I cannot acquiesce to this system anymore. You look outside and nothing feels real. There's no, it might look like it's sunny. It's not. It's not sunny at all. It's just because of the ring lights on. There's no day. You can wake up at 7 a.m., 9 a.m., 1 p.m. You can't tell the difference in what time it is outside. It was not like, I've lived in this apartment for 3.5 years. It was not like this when I moved here. There's no season. We're supposed to be out of this now. Like, we're supposed to have spring days. There's just nothing. There's nothing. Everything's been, it's like they're trying to turn it into fucking Narnia. Like, it's just unbelievable. So I'm 18, I own a house. The stage uncle's friend lives next door. So, and I live down the road from Mother Gothel. So I'm fully back under again. Okay. And now I've got this responsibility of being a homeowner as a teenager because I was told that would be a good idea. And at 19, I meet a guy who is 29, and he's a roadman. He's a total roadman. And remember what I told you about where I feel like they attached an entity to me in Florida? So previous to that, my type of boy, I'm in England, majority of people are white. My type of boy would be to go for like a kind of quiet, like white boy. And every time I got a boyfriend, they would cheat on me. And then all of a sudden, because they just, all of a sudden, apparently they're hot shit and now everyone wants them. But we know that's not really what's happening, and that you're intentionally being thrown into heartbreak so that the feminine parasite can take your energy through that masculine. That's what's happening. Sometimes that is a male parasite who is in on it. And sometimes I think it's just like a human male who is just ill informed, basically. I think both things have been happening. But that's what will happen to me. But when I went to Florida and came back, all of a sudden you're into roadmen. And obviously that's going to lead you down like not a good path. Because you think you want like a warrior that's going to look after you, and I do, but you have to like have a meeting of the minds. And they were just like, they've got baby moms and they're just like fucking awful. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't want anything to do with that. And I think previous to going to Florida, I never would have had anything to do with that. But how are they going to keep control over you if you don't sabotage yourself? Because there was a lot of rooms. I was so used to being uncomfortable as a child and as an adult that I thought it was the status quo. I thought you were just always supposed to just firm it. Like everyone you're around you want to run from most of the time. And I've met some really beautiful, real women. And we always get like separated from each other. I had one in high school, Laurie. She was amazing. She was amazing, but she transferred from another school because she was getting bullied. And it's like, I don't think that was part of the plot either, that we was friends. And then we just lost touch, and it made me so sad because even now as a grown woman, I recognize beautiful feminine energy. I had another friend, Levine. Levine, she was being put through hell by her boyfriend. He poured gloss in her braids. And this girl was so beautiful inside and out. You would never know she was going through anything. And she had to leave our city as well and move to fucking Scotland to get away from this dickhead. And I never saw her again. And it's like, it's not like, and you know, we're separated on purpose, just like you are from your divine masculine, because it's too high a frequency. And if you start comparing notes, you're going to recognize, yo, something's going on here. This is not right. But again, let me get back to the point. And I think I've been kind of distracting myself because it is horrific. So I met him. He didn't have nothing going on. He used to call me a lot. That's really it. I didn't see him because he's from Birmingham, so we're not from the same city. And I very much believe he was a part of this network. He was employed to do this, whatever you want to call it. Totally not a divine masculine. Total male parasite. We were talking, then we lost contact because he said he'd lost his phone. And I met him because of a girl that I was friends with at the time. She introduced us. I didn't notice him because every time I went out, it was just all about the music. That's all about the music and the party favors and just raving. I had so much like pent up stress inside of me that I just needed to get it all out. A side note to this is what I want to say. If you was into taking like party suites on your nights out and stuff, a lot of the reason why you were hooked on that feeling is because your DNA remembers that that's what you used to feel like every day. You used to be that happy, that euphoric every day. And now you're going to chase it. I believe that that's why the white powder replaced the party sweets, because you used to make bonds. You used to have really deep conversations on the party sweets, but everyone's just like vapid on the white powder. It doesn't give the same. And yeah, you can judge me or not. Like, it's whatever, fam. I don't drink because I hate vomiting and because I know about the whole spirit things taking over your spirit. I know about all of that. So I haven't had, well, I haven't been anywhere because I don't know anyone, right? But I haven't been on the club scene for like a long time. Because I had to remove myself from all the people that I went out with, all of them. So I met him, then he disappeared for 6 months because he lost his phone. So what's happening there? It's that same old favourite thing, innit? They're building up. Oh my God, I wonder what happened to him. And in between him disappearing and him reappearing, you will not meet anybody else. Because that door needs to be open for this now. So then one day you're with that same friend and she says, oh, I've got his brother's number. You could, I could ring his brother and see whether you can get in contact with him back that way. And yeah, they just so happen to be together. So then that's a reconnect. So now because I remember thinking he was all right. Like he was decent looking or whatever, but I don't remember feeling like, definitely not, oh my God, this is the man of my dreams. Definitely not. And I just feel as though at this point, my expectations, I'd allowed the people around me in my situations to like get the better of what I knew, you know? Like something about your whole life feels completely hollow. But you don't know how to get out. You feel too scared to like move away from everyone. Like I felt like I needed my friends. But that was the trap, really. And And so at age 20, in 2004, 2 plus 4 equals 6, I end up pregnant. And remember, this man is 10 years older than me. But he just can't get it together somehow. He can't get it together to come see me. He can't get it together to come to my scans. And from the minute I get pregnant to him, I never see him again. To this day, I've never seen him again. I've never seen him again. He used to call me every day, but I've never seen him again. So you own a house, you can drive. I passed my driving test while I was quite heavily pregnant, actually. And you go for your first postnatal, and they tried to get blood out of you and do a scan. And my veins were just not giving it up. They could not get blood out of me. I had to sit upside down in a hospital bed. And like 3 or 4 different people tried to get blood out of me. And they were saying, I've got really difficult veins. I know that. My body was trying to protect me. It was like, don't let these fucking witches near you. You don't know what's coming. Don't let them nowhere near you. Don't let them take nothing from you. But I didn't know. Oh, now the sun wants. See, fucking everything loves to troll you. The sun is literally there now. So you have the first scan at 3 months. You've taken 1 set of blood out of me so far. I get to around 6 months pregnant. No, so at 4 months, you have your second scan. And they took blood again. And this time you're supposed to find out the sex of the baby, right? And they're messing around and they're saying, because of the way that your baby's laid, we can't get it to move. It's fine, it's just being lazy. So we can't tell the sex of it. And they get like a more senior technician to come in, a guy, and he comes in and he looks at the scan and he moves the sonogram thing around and he said, I think it's a girl, but don't buy anything pink. So for your pregnancy, you don't know what you're carrying. And you don't need to. Women have always gone through pregnancies and not known like the sex of it. But I remember being with Mother Gothel and her twin brother one day. And they said, well, what do you want it to be? And I said, I think I want a boy. Oh no. The twin brother of Mother Gothel starts saying, oh, what do you want a boy for? They're awful. And I'm like, what? Now she says, you only want a boy because the father of your child has girls. So like you just want to give him a son. And I thought, why have you bothered asking me a question to then tell me what I think and why I want it? And what have you got against me having a boy? So I'm going to turn 21 while I'm pretty heavily pregnant. The baby, well, they give the baby's due date as the 6th of May. I don't give birth on the 6th of May. I give birth on the 10th. But that's what they give. They give it as the 6th, right? As the expected due date. Now, I don't remember whether I'd already turned 21 or not. But I remember that I was more than 5 months pregnant, right? Do you remember how I told you earlier about the Canada connection? I get a phone call from Mother Gothel, and she says to me that your staged father's grandfather, your staged father's father, so your grandfather, that you've never seen in your life and that you've only spoken to once while you were in Canada when you were 15, he is now coming over to the UK. And he said that he must see his one granddaughter over here. He must see her. So whatever's, because I obviously don't speak to my stage father at this point. I can't even go into the amount of terrible things that he said to me, and it's just too much. Yeah, I'll download the book if you want to read the book. You can find out there. I can't do it. So I'm not speaking to him. If I'm 20 or 21 and you two hate each other so much, why are you still in contact? There's no reason for you to speak now. I'm grown, I'm gone. Surely that should be a sigh of relief for you. But she's ringing me and saying, yeah, he wants to come to your house and see you. And him and his wife have come over. And I'm like, I don't want to do that. I don't even know him. And I'm definitely not letting the staged father in my house. I'm not doing that. And she's like, well, he did say that he just really wants to see you. And what about if I sit there as well? Would it be less weird if I was there? And I just was like, I don't want to do this. But again, you end up doing it. So you've let a perfect stranger and his wife into your house while you're heavily pregnant. You've got no protector. And you're about to turn 21. And they come and it's all just like awkward as fuck. And he asks if he can touch my stomach. Because they were like, oh, you have to ask. You can't just touch people's stomachs and this and that. And they're there for like maybe about 3 hours. And obviously within that time, they're going to use your bathroom and shit in it. And it's like, you don't have a guest bathroom over here most of the time. So they're in your main bathroom. If I think about how many witches, I refuse to call the male entities warlocks. You will never be that grandiose to me. You're all bitch-ass N-words. Know it. So they've been in your house. They've touched your stomach. You've never seen them before. And you never see them again. After I gave birth, he sent me a $150 check. And I thought, let me try and build up a rapport. And I sent him some pictures over and a letter, and he never responded. Doesn't that sound like a transaction has taken place that I didn't know nothing about? I never hear from this man again. I never speak to him again. Before I finished working and I went on maternity leave, I had to have the midwife come to my house and take even more blood from me. I didn't have no complications in my pregnancy, none at all. So at this point, you've had your blood taken 3 times. And I just thought this was normal. It took me until last year to find out it wasn't. I spoke to a woman who had 3 children, and one of them was exactly the same age as mine. And I'm telling her, because she was saying that her son kept fainting, he's like a little 8-year-old, and that he had to go and have some tests to find out why he kept fainting. And it made me remember that when I was pregnant, I almost fainted once. And I said, that's the only time I've ever come close to fainting. And then I said, isn't it weird how they take blood out of you when you're prone to things like that? You're prone to fainting, but they still take all that blood out of you. And she looked at me and she said, what blood? And I went, like through your pregnancy, like where they keep taking blood out of you. I went, didn't you ever have to come out of work when you were like pregnant and have like a home visit and they took your blood and stuff? And she went, no. And my stomach just sinks into oblivion. She said, I had blood taken when I was first pregnant, like your first checkup at 6 weeks or whatever. She said, that's it. She said, as long as there's nothing wrong with you, like, yeah. So, what's going on? Why are you taking all this blood out of me? So I had decided to have a home birth. I didn't want to give birth in the hospital. I remember there was a spate of them saying that there was meningitis in the hospital and stuff. But I don't like hospitals. I know a lot of people don't, but I really don't. And I just didn't want to give birth there. So I decided to have a home birth, which I now know threw a huge spanner in the works. But again, your body, your DNA is trying to protect you, and you're not hearing how serious this is. It gets to me going in. Oh, so on the run up to this year, even though I was speaking to Mother Gothel, there's always this like weird thing going on where you're keeping someone around to keep the peace, but you really don't want to. And I said quite clearly that I didn't want her there for my birth. Didn't want her there. I didn't want her looking at my hoo ha for a start, but I just didn't want it. I didn't want that energy there. But the op friends are saying, oh no, I'd have to have my mom there. And like, she gets on my nerves sometimes or whatever, but no, like, I'd have to have her there. Like, you've got to. You've got to. And I didn't have to, but it was highly suggested. You've got no man by your side. So, what I decided to do was to have my friend there, and the friend that I chose backed out because, well, I think it was on purpose. I, I think they didn't want that particular friend to be there because about what they were going to do to me. They needed specific ops around me. So I don't think it was an accident that she got a lot of bad stuff happen to her as a kid. Think like the worst stepdad stuff, the classic. And she just said she needed to get out of the country. She had to get away. And so she was really sorry, but she can't be my birthing partner no more. And so I ended up picking what I know is a girl. I came back from when I came back from Florida. I was more susceptible to being around her, but I never liked her. She was like notorious through the school for just being a trouble causer. Didn't catch me outside. She was her basically, and I ended up having her, which now I'm just like, oh God. It turns my stomach to think about this. And it comes to the when I go into labour. And what I've agreed is Mother Gothel can be there, but she can't be in the room when I'm being examined or when I give birth. She just needs to be downstairs. And she's like, all right. So you're supposed to have a midwife that comes round. You're supposed to have a midwife that comes round and that's with you, however. But I get three of them. I get one good cop, one bad cop, and one who's supposed to be a student who's just completely mute for the whole thing. And they say, oh, she's learning, and is it all right? Because people don't really have home births. And is it all right, she's here as well? And like, what are you supposed to say? You've got three complete strangers in your house in your most vulnerable moment. And I just, the things that they condition us into thinking are normal, and they are anything but normal. Would you get on the bus and sit next to someone who you've just met and then let them deliver your baby? Because I don't care about your credentials. It's the same thing. You don't know them. You don't know where they came from. You don't know their mindsets. You don't know what they stand for. You don't know nothing. And they're in your bedroom. So I'm going to tell you how this went. Before all three of those turned up, it was just like whoever was the on duty midwife, she turned up. And up until this point, I was doing stuff to distract myself. So I'm putting washing in, I'm cleaning. In between contractions, I'm alert. I'm doing whatever. And at this point, you've just got the op friend, Mother Gothel, and then this midwife that's popped in to see like how far along you are. And she examines me and she says, I don't know, it's around like 2 p.m. or something. And she says, yeah, your baby will be here by like dinner time, which is like 5, 6 p.m. You're all good. You're coming along nicely. So I'm like, oh, okay, I can do this. I'm not taking any meds. I've not done anything. I'm just breathing through the pain. Then when all them turn up and they're just taking up space on my bedroom floor, they examine me and they say that I think they examined me after the time that first midwife said that I would have delivered by now. And I haven't, and like the pain's getting stronger and stuff, and it's starting to grip me now, innit? And the good cop midwife examines me and she says that you don't have to, but basically that midwife's got it wrong. And you're not as far dilated as she said you was. And so you're not going to be ready for another couple of hours, I don't think. And can you hang on with the pain? Or would you like me to give you some pethidine? And I'm like, well, what will that do? And she says, well, it'll just make you sleepy. You'll just be able to sleep through it a little bit. Do you know what I mean? Just try and forget about the pain for a little while. And it's only a suggestion. And then you speak to Mother Gothel and she's like, well, it's up to you. Like, it's up to you, but it might be good for you if you can just like, relax a little bit. If she's got the timing of it wrong, then have you noticed how many things just casually go wrong? It's just a mishap. It's just a miscalculation. No one's really to blame for this. They just made a slight error. It's just your luck that you can't tell what the sex of your baby is, so you can't really bond with it. It's just happening to you. Everyone else who gives birth that you've known, they find out the sex of their baby, but not you. And I'm in pain. And I do want to just blank it out for a bit. And so I agreed to take the pethidine. Biggest mistake I could have made. When I'm getting ready to give birth and I'm going to be examined again, Mother Gothel is sat in the bedroom. Do you remember what I told you about how I made my requirements clear? Don't want you in the room while I'm being examined. And yeah, she sat right there, innit? Because we're never ever going to stop pushing your boundaries. I'm basically in a room full of witches and I don't know it. There's not one person who's got my back in that room, and it's my fucking house. And the bad cop midwife has been talking about how her daughter don't like her and this, that, and the other. And I can hear her, even though I'm like in and out of sleep. And I'm just like, I don't fucking like this bitch. Like, what? Who are these people? And why is there 3 of them? So I end up going crazy and Mother Gothel and telling her to come out of the room. I already told you I didn't want this. I didn't want you in here when I was being examined. And the friend is like, Eva, gosh, like, calm down. But later, when she's supposed to have my back, she don't say shit. So it gets to just before like midnight and I'm pushing in the last throes of getting this baby out. And that bad cop midwife is looking down my fucking hoo-ha into my portal and she's screaming in my face, telling me to come on, you can just come on, you need to push harder, you need to do this. And I don't mean it's encouragement, I mean that she is traumatizing me. You're in my house and you're talking to me like shit. And this bitch, who's supposed to be my birthing partner, is not saying a word. The other two midwives who are there are also not saying anything. They're just letting her do it. So you're getting fractured in your most vulnerable moment, when it should be the most peaceful. Someone is screaming into your portal in a disrespectful fashion, and you've never seen this bitch in your life. And I tear really badly while I'm giving birth, right? And the baby comes out and it doesn't cry. I now know that that was because of the pethidine, because it makes your baby come out sleeping. But I didn't know that then. And obviously you're going to think the worst in it. I never laid eyes on my own child. They cut the cord, and that bitch that was just screaming in my face took my baby and walked out of the room. She went, apparently she went, because I can't get up, like the placenta's not come out yet. And she went into the spare room. And I'm heavily drugged. I've also been taking gas and air at the same time in it. I'm heavily drugged. There's this really ominous atmosphere, like, is the baby dead? No one's really saying anything. And then what feels like forever is occurring, where there's just like nothing. And then you hear a baby crying. So obviously that's going to be relief for you, isn't it? But even with all the drugs, I had this presence of mind that I do not trust this woman. Like, that's the worst person that could have walked out of the room with your baby. So I say to the friend, go and see what she's doing, because I don't trust her. Even with all the drugs and I can't move or nothing, I still know something's wrong. Something's wrong, something's wrong. So she goes and she comes back like 20 seconds later. And I'm like, what happened? She doesn't say anything, by the way. When she comes back in, she doesn't say nothing. And she said, I couldn't get in the room. There was something behind the door. I couldn't get in the room. Do you know in films, when someone gives birth and there's something wrong with the baby or whatever, everyone knows this scene, innit? Where they take the baby away and you can't see what's happening. That's programming. They stole my son. They fucking stole my son. That's why it took. So she doesn't come back in the room for like 10, 15 minutes. And she says that she's fed the baby. My baby. You fed my baby in the room. She's just had 3.5 ounces off a bottle because apparently I had a girl. You've been hinting at it. You said it was a girl when it came out, but I didn't see it. You took it out of the room that quick, I couldn't see. And then there's nothing for like 15 minutes, apart from the cry, which stops me from like obviously going crazy and trying to get out of bed. I am telling you now, I don't know how they did it. I don't know how they did it, but I'm telling you, they've done it to loads of people. I don't believe that postnatal depression is real. I think that that's not your kid and you fucking know it. And I didn't really have postnatal depression, but not for one day in her life did that child look like me. Not a single thing. Never. She looked like her dad, but she never ever looked like me. Never. Not through her growing up, not through her whole 20 years of her life so far did she ever look like me. Do you remember what I told you about how that against me even thinking about having a boy they were? I believe that they wouldn't tell me the sex of the baby because they just didn't want me to bond with it. They didn't want me to like talk to him and shit. That's why there was 3 of them. Well, I've been telling you about the power of 3. And the craziest thing ever, because ops always snitch on themselves. So after I've given birth, I've had to go to hospital to have stitches, and I've left all them wishes in my house with my placenta. Like God knows what they did. But I accept, because you're so relieved there's a live baby that you can't possibly comprehend that this could have happened, right? You go to hospital and no one comes to see you for like 2 hours. And I'm sat with these ambulance men who took me there because none of them bitches came with me to the hospital. I was by myself. And I've bled through all of my like joggers and everything. And I'm sat in this wheelchair. And these 2 men were like angels. They couldn't believe how long I've been sat there. Just like they stayed with me the whole time. And I had the stitches and I was in the hospital. They weren't done with their rituals yet, of course not. Now they're going to give me this thing that makes you pass a bowel movement. Because I've had such severe, I've tore from my V to my A basically. I had to be stitched all the way back up. And because that happened, they said you can't leave the hospital until you've like had a bowel movement because we need to make sure we didn't stitch you too tight. God damn, they did stitch me tight. I'm going to give them that. They did a good job there. But we need to make sure. So 3 different nurses come in and they give you this little cup, plastic cup full of this fluid that makes you pass your bowels. And obviously it's too much. And what's going to happen? You're not going to make it to the bathroom. And then when you speak to another nurse, she says, you're only supposed to have this once. You're not supposed to have it 3 times. Obviously that's going to be too much. Oh, it must just be another mistake. Is this not bad enough that you abused me in my in my own home, stole my child, stole my blood, stole my placenta? Now you're going to make me shit the bed. For real. And I get out of the hospital and I come home and I'm changing the baby's napper and I'm like talking to her and shit. And I'm like smiling at her and everything. And the op friend says, gosh, I can't believe you like this. Like, I just never thought you'd be like this. And Mother Gothel says, wait for it. We didn't know if you were going to take to her at first. What the fuck does that mean? Because I know you're finding this story difficult to believe. I'm telling you, and I still can't believe it. I know that you are, but this is what I'm saying about they're so egotistical that they will say things to you that they're just snitching on themselves because they can't ever comprehend that you'll be able to see through it. Look how many things they're doing to you. They're lacing you up, they're surrounding you with people that are just suppressing you and snitching on you in every way. They're messing with your finances, they're messing with your foundation. Why would you question this now? Just accept it. We made it look good. We set the scene. As long as you believe the scene, it's all good. But I don't believe the scene, and I'm making sure that that's documented. I can't even believe I got through that without crying. Um, when this baby that was less than 2 months old, the other side of the Canadian family, so now Mother Gothel's auntie from Nova Scotia and two of her grandchildren come over to England. Again, I've heard of these people, never laid eyes on them in my life. And I know that it was that soon because they were here in the UK for the London bombings, which was the 7/7 2005. 7/7/7. Wait, was it 7/7? I'll look it up. I'll correct myself if I'm wrong. But I gave birth on the 10th of May, innit? 2005. So it's less than, yeah, 2 months. And they'd come over. What are the chances that within a 5 month period, these people that you have never seen in your life from Toronto and Nova Scotia come over either side of you giving birth? Again, I never see, when they go, never see these people again. But they come over and they're here for weeks and they're, oh, just so great and Canadian and full of love. And she's made me a baby blanket. People who know about rituals, please stand up. I don't know what that means. I don't. But I know there's an exchange happening that I don't understand. Because you're never going to tell me that this is a coincidence. I'm telling you now, none of these people are related to me. And I don't know what they did to me. I don't. But I know it was bad. Um, so yeah, so they came over. They actually went to London the day after the London bombings, and all the tubes were completely empty. Obviously, that's why I remember it so vividly. I was actually friends with two people who lived in London, so I spent a lot of the day like trying to get hold of them. So that it was jarring, man. But obviously, we know that wasn't what it really was. But yeah, um, what would you do if this was you? There's loads of stuff that I could go into. I could tell you that I left my home city. I finally got away in 2019, August 2019, but not without the financial assistance of one of the witches. So she's just attached herself to me again. It looks like it's a lovely gesture of her trying to help me move out of the city because by then I didn't speak to none of the bloodlines. All three of the bloodlines. She was the last. She was the last thread. Well, second to last, but she was the last part, and it seemed like she was helping me. And she was willing to help me, and she drove me to Manchester and stuff. But It wasn't what I thought it was. It was just another binding ritual. And in you know what happened in 2020, right? So I'd been in Manchester for I moved here at the end of August 2019. And I'm going to insert to you when Bill Gates did that. Do you know when they did that test run for the scammer? And people were like, well, obviously they planned it if they did a test run for it and it's on YouTube. I'll put the date in there. So for the UK, I'll put the date in of when the lockdown started in the UK. You can see the screenshot. That was my 36th birthday. So because you had the audacity to leave your home city, yeah, we're gonna fuck you up, right? Because if you think you're just gonna live your people think that this is really about the bloodlines. I keep saying these are just the gatekeepers. The real gatekeepers. You've never seen their faces. I don't know if we ever will. I like to think that they look like this. And that's why they're so salty. But that was a year of the rat. That was my Chinese birth chart year, the first one that I had been alive for. Do you want to know what happened less than a month after the lockdown started? I got rats. Moving to the apartment that I moved to after I left the city that I was born in, which was Sheffield, which I would never return to for a second. I think that may have been the plan. I think the plan was to break me down so much that I regretted leaving and that I ran back to my handlers. But if you see the devil is the devil, but it's cold outside, are you going to knock on the devil's door and ask him to keep you warm? You already know what they're about. This is not better the devil you know at all. It's not. They really want you to believe that. They want you, they so desperately need you to need them. This is what the system does. It creates all of these ways to creep into your life. And I'll say this while I remember. The reason why tech has advanced so much in the last 30 years is because after 1999, when we got flipped upside down, there was so much more of this insidious feminine parasite that we were outnumbered, drastically outnumbered. That's why everything feels so hollow and not creative and everything. But the way that they have control is through the tech. It's how they get fed. So if you think about like through the 80s or whatever, the contact that you had from the system, let's say, would be through like snail mail and like your house phone. And yeah, I know some people had computers and stuff, but they weren't that widely spread back then. But what happened is they're so greedy. The way that they feed is through contact with you. They need contact. They need to be under your skin. So this is why you've got email, because it's instant. This is why they want to know every transaction that you make so they can see what you're doing, so they can control you. This is the biggest reason for why this subscription services. It's not because they're greedy corporations that want your money. Money doesn't factor into them. It's because they need you to not forget about them. And if you get reminded every single month about your subscription, then that's just a little bit of a feed for them. That's what they're doing to you. That's why bills are like mostly monthly. They can be quarterly. This is why you have monthly rent and mortgage payments. It's so that you can't forget about them, so that they can constantly feed off of you, because that's what they need. And that's why there's more and more of these things, more like Netflix and Disney and all of this stuff. You just used to buy a video or a DVD and forget all about them. But that's not good enough no more, because they need constantly feeding. And this is how they've been doing it, and it's still not enough. But I look at like the UK benefit system, how they changed that. You only had to like tell them once a year what your earnings were, and then your payments were set weekly on top of like your wages, and you never thought about it. But they knew that they were losing control over us, the targeted individuals, and they needed more. It's not just that they needed more energy from us, they needed us to acknowledge their existence on a more frequent basis. So now you have to report your income every single month to them. And they try and get you to go in the offices and everything, because they just need you to not forget that they're in control of you. They're the big daddy, all right? You need to respond to them every 2 minutes. But I just stopped doing that. So, yeah, this is why we are where we are. And I said, there's no income now, because I can't do this anymore. I can't beg for crumbs like Oliver Twist when I know I'm abundant. I know I'm a highly spiritually ranked being. I know it. And if I can't tap into my gold, I'll be damned if you are. I never expected this video to be this long. I thought it was going to be like 50 minutes long. It's the third day, as you may have noticed. And yeah, it's helping, but at the same time, it's heavy. So I want to try and give you some highlights, so this is never going to end. Because what I'm trying to get to tell you is that it's slowed down now, but I was being heavily stalked by strangers the last 6 months. Like, you're coming to my door, you're ringing my phone, you're trying to get me to come to interviews that don't exist, you're stalking me in the only place that I go, which is a local library. Like, it ramped up because it's leading up to my 42nd birthday. So I'm trying to get you to that point so you can understand that because I removed every single op out of my life, they have no access to me. So now people around me are going to start acting fucking crazy because they're trying to get me to believe the narrative that they're pushing. And I can prove this. I've got paperwork. So just stick with me while I just let you know that at 30, I know I got you up to 36 with the year of the rat and the scammy and everything. But let me just take you back to 30, because that's when I mainly cut off a lot of ops. Because that's when I cut off that main bloodline. Mother Gothel's bloodline. I'd already cut off the stage father's bloodline. I had one more conversation with him. Not with him, with his missus had 5 kids. 4 of them were demonic. Only the youngest wasn't like that. And both of her oldest daughters were absolutely awful. Told ridiculous lies about me. Imagine you're 10 years old and you're looking up to this older girl who's 15, and she takes it upon herself to tell her mother that you started your period when you haven't. She just needs to be able to say something about me, because that's how she's getting attention. It was a terrible, volatile place to be, but I did get fed properly when I was there. There was fights breaking out. They were very vicious in their tongue, the things that they would say to me. Constant berating of my body and my looks and my hair. Constant. The stage father was worst of all for this. So I'd locked him off from being 17. And that's why I didn't want him in my house before I gave birth. But anyway, at 30, I just cut off the bloodline. So what's going to happen now? Your Wasteman D11X that has been circling you for 5 years, picking you up, dropping you, picking you up, dropping you. He is a big part of this. In the background, I didn't realize how many people he knew that I knew. And it's not just because it's a small city, because the same people keep repeating. How is it possible that you can go to school with hundreds of pupils and tens of teachers and you only ever see about 8 of them ever again? And they just keep on recycling. This can't be a coincidence. They're obviously being placed in your life in cycles to siphon you. So because I've gotten rid of them, now he's got to come back. Because now he has to try and take my sexual energy again. And this was the last time he was ever going to do this. I have been celibate for a decade and counting. And I tell you, that's where the goods are. Because this shit is for my husband. And if I have to thank the ops for anything, it's for really showing me that if you're going to do all of this, there's got to be a reason. Because it's certainly not because you're attracted to me, not in the like normal way you would think. It's like I'm a job to him. It's like I'm their whole assignment. And if I go against what their assignment is, I am fucking them up. And they're mad about it. So I get rid of him because he decides to split up with me 5 days before Christmas because, you know, it's got to be dramatic. But after being destroyed by that and dropping a bag away again, I recognize that he's just like an empty vase. Like, you look good, but you're nothing. You're like literally nothing. So that was the end of that. And then he tried to do it again. He tried to come back again, and I never ever spoke to him again. So now you've got this void where I started my own craft business. I was doing reclaimed furniture. So I'd buy old furniture and I'd sand it down and I'd paint it and I'd resell it. And that was going well. So then, of course, now the little bits of friends that you've got left, they need to see what you're doing. People that I never thought were ops, like they just turned into Agent Smiths. But it's because you've removed the main ones. So now they're going to have to reveal themselves. So I had one who would just started to latch onto me, and all she cared about really was stealing all my business ideas. And that was very painful. And obviously I didn't speak to her again after that. I had another one come in who was always trash, really. But the things that she was trying to say to me and trying to make out that just them, you know, them sly body type things. You're just really, you're not saying it enough so that I can really call you out on it. But you're trying to have digs. Like, do you think I've ever said to someone, God, you're getting fat, aren't you? Fucking hell. Proper piling it on me, Jesus Christ. And I'm not saying I was super bitchy in my teens and 20s. I really was. But I evolved. I cut all of that shit out. But I've still never spoken to someone like that. Because whether your weight is under or over, you know what you look like. So why do I need to tell you that? Also, it's just none of my business. It's not my body, so I'm really not that interested. But it's like they just feel so intimidated in your presence that they just have to like say something to pull you down. Like this particular girl, a car and her house was horrific. Like it could have been on one of those hoarder shows. It was so repulsive. Like you couldn't even find a space to be in. Yet she wants to come in your house and keep telling you that you've got OCD. Because she just can't cope. Like everyone else I knew did not live the way that she lived. But because she's coming in and she just feels some type of way over the way you live, she just got to say something. So she had to go. So it got to a point where I wasn't really speaking to anyone, and I'm just being creative. A side caveat to this is that miraculously at the same time, my child started secondary school and started having all of these problems. So it's like she's being isolated and bullied at school. And she started to say that she wants to be homeschooled. So now I'm not getting that healing time now, because I've woke up enough to know what school is. You know, we know it's not a good place for children to be, and we know that it's just shutting them down. So I agreed to let her be homeschooled. So now she's around all day. There's quite a big story that I've forgotten to tell you about when I was still with my ex. This is uncomfortable. But before I got rid of him, she was 10 years old, right? It's a Friday night, it's gone midnight. Adults are doing what they do, right? She's still awake for some reason. I put to bed 3 hours ago, but she's still awake for some reason. I want you to listen to what I'm saying and tell me that I'm not being surveillanced. I feel like every phone call, every text I've ever sent, even when it was just through the house phone, was being listened to. You're 10 years old, and because you hear your mother having an intimate moment, you decide to phone Childline. And what does that feminine energy on the other end of the phone tell her to do? Go and bang on the door? Now I know there's a lot of parents that would have gone to jail this night for this, because you're never going to tell me this is normal. She didn't do it once, she did it twice. She didn't get the response she wanted, so she came back and did it again. The feminine, the piece of shit parasite on the other end of that phone has told a 10-year-old girl after midnight, when you should be asleep, that this is what you need to do. You need to go and disrupt that. Does this sound normal to you? Does this sound like anyone's life? Or does it just seem like, because I think I'm Gemma from Severance. That's what I think. Like, what they did to her is loosely based on what they've done to me. You're just going through one terrible experience after another, but they're varying in levels of trauma. Like, no one's laying their hands on you, really. Well, at all. But yet you're just psychologically being ripped to shreds. So when I go in there and I speak to her, she starts with these big, massive tears about, oh, she knew what I was doing and this and that. Am I your property? Because that's honest to God what it fucking seems like. This is none of your business, little girl. Like, none of it. None of it is none of your business. But this was the start of the behavior starting to show. I've never heard of anything like this. I have told one person who I know wasn't an op, and she was like, what was that woman thinking on the other end of that phone to tell her to do that? And she had a son who was roughly that age then, and she said, my son wouldn't even have a clue how to do that. He wouldn't know. Like, she couldn't conceive that this is the length she would go to control you, because that's what it is. It's control. A 10-year-old child. If you don't go and watch Vivarium right now, if you've not already seen it, go and watch that film. At least they knew it got dropped off and they were like, yeah, we don't know what the fuck. This is not how a child acts. It's seriously not how a child acts. I wonder if there's any other parents out there that have had that creeping feeling that something is very, very wrong. But I had to bury it. What am I going to do? She's 10 years old. I had to bury it, and I was still being bombarded by a lot of stuff. So at the side of this, I've had social services called on me because obviously I've separated from the toxic bloodline, innit? So they're going to retaliate. Every time you separate from ops, they retaliate. Now I now know that it wasn't even just them. You're going to think it's them and you're going to blame them because you've separated from them. But it's coming from higher up at the same time. So you've got that to deal with. You've got the fact that I was mysteriously reported for earning too much money. A single parent. And apparently she had told one of the other witches, I don't know how true this is. Because they made up that they had beef so that the witch that lived at number 42 could become closer to me. And I don't think it was true. I think she just said it so that I trust her. Everything I get told is a lie. And like I said, I'm going to prove it to you. So there's a lot, and then you split up with this guy, and then your friends are also like backstabbing you. And so there's all this stuff. So what am I supposed to do with this? What am I supposed to do? Put her in care? Like, because you start catching that something's not right here, but you just keep on burying it. You can't do that. So I'm doing the craft business still, and I'm still doing the furniture. But now there's no friends, there's no guy, male parasite, let's get it right, and there's no family members. And I had a beautiful south-facing garden. And at this time, yeah, so this is around 2016. This. So wait, let me just do the maths one sec. Yes, I was 32. So my next birthday is going to be 33, right? So there's a guy that I went to school with, never been anything more than friends with him. Saw him again in 2010 when I went through my big, massive heartbreak that shattered me into 1,000 pieces. And that was a bad year that I can't get into now. I'll make a part two. If anyone ever gets to see this, again, they want a part two, I'll make it, right? He made out that he was like romantically interested in me, but at school we was never nothing more than friends. You know what I mean? And I wasn't interested in him like that. And he took that really badly, like really not like a man at all. Um, he's a white guy, and his response to me saying, "Yeah, I'm not interested in you like that," was like, "Oh well, maybe if I was black with like big muscles, then maybe you'd be interested in me." But my ex at that time, the ex that I've just told you about, was actually white. He wasn't black, but he's basing it off my child's father, right? And I'm like, it's nothing to do with that. And also, I don't have to like you. Like, what is this? You can't expect everyone you're attracted to be attracted to you. That's just not how life works. It's really not. And you need to handle that like a man. So after that, he disappeared. I didn't really speak to him. But at the time, he was looking. I've moved house 9 times. to this date. And that's because I didn't know it, but I kept on feeling all my neighbors around me, I always had ops watching me. And then you've let all these people through your front door that you should never have trusted. And I think there wasn't enough like Palo Santo, not enough sage in the world for me to get rid of it. And I knew I just had to go. That's exactly how I feel now. Like I'm way overdue getting out of this country and I just feel like a hostage. And it's like I've done everything my spiritual team has asked me to do. I have done it. I've done it and I don't understand why I'm still here. So this is it. Like this was the thing that they've been nudging me to do for probably like the last 6 months, and I've just been ignoring it because I didn't want to do it. I wanted to do it when I've been laying in the sun like a cat for 6 months. That's what I wanted to do. But apparently I have to do it while I'm in the trench. So no one's ever lived in the house next door to me where I live. And it's a big house, it's a beautiful house. I said I loved my south facing garden. I was just starting to come back to myself, just starting to get over these like terrible friendships and the ex doing his last cycle and starting to breathe after I've come out of getting away from that bloodline. And you've already rang social services on me now. You've already said whatever you're going to say to like the government about my income. That's done now. You can't really do nothing else. Yes, I have the child that I'm homeschooling and I'm putting effort into that. I wanted to learn things that I never got to learn. Do you know what I mean? I'm doing that. But apparently, that's too much peace. So after not speaking to this guy for like 2 years, I don't know, it might have been a bit longer than that. I'm not sure. I did speak to his mum because for a bit of time I was helping her out at her house, which was very big, right? But I wasn't having anything to do with him. I never saw him. So he just rang me out of the blue one day and he said, "Oh, you'll never guess what." He said, "I've just been to see a house next door and they were telling me about it and they mentioned your name and they mentioned your child's name." And I thought, "Oh, that's a big coincidence." And I thought, "I've got to ring you. Is this next door to you? Is it?" And so I'm like, "Yeah, yeah, it is." And I had been worried about because I saw the house for sale, and I was like a little bit worried about who was going to move in next door. And he was like, "Oh, I'm outside," like, and I thought, and this was a Saturday morning. It wasn't super early; it was like 11:30 or something. So I said, "All right, if you give me like 10, 15 minutes, you can come in and have like a coffee and whatever." And he's trying to make out that it's all casual. What a coincidence. I've been looking for a house for ages, this and that. Anyone that's like listening to this knows this is fucking, it's just bullshit. And I'm telling you now, it's not because he's in love with me. It's not. It is not. These parasites don't know how to love. They know how to control and watch and suffocate. It's all they know how to do. And they know that your finances are being restricted. And that's always going to be the olive branch that they offer because they know. It didn't used to be like this when I was younger. I used to have everything that I needed, but that slowly stopped after I gave birth. All of that started to get siphoned. I overspent as well. I'm not going to sit here and say I didn't overspend because I could feel this void inside of me. I could feel it. And like when you're in your early 20s and you're trying to figure out what is wrong, what is going on. And that's when I overspent. So that's when I by the time I was like 28, my credit was a mess. And it's never recovered. So I'm like, it would actually be better if someone I knew moved in, you know, it would actually be better. And he's like, "Yeah, I'm thinking about putting an offer in and this and that." And so that's what he does. And then I speak to his mother a few days later, and she says, "I don't know why our Michael, that's not his name, but I don't know why our Michael's pretending that he didn't know that you live next door because I told him." He told me where the house was that he was going to see, and I told him that's next door to Eva. So I don't know why he's pretending he doesn't know, because he does. This is my life. But so I kept thinking, like years later, this obviously I just told you this was like 2016 times, isn't it? So he's got to be in place for when I turn 33. Because guess what I am told you? I now live at a number 33 again. So if I live at a number 33 and I turn 33, I'm going to get all of my shit. What I've also not told you is that I currently live at a number 48. And I didn't do that on purpose either. So, so, so yeah, he ends up moving in next door, and I couldn't work out. His mum did have a habit of blurting people's business out, right? But I couldn't work out why she would say that, because I feel like she's a part of this as well. And you know what I believe? That if they tell you that they're moving in, and it's not because of what he said, this is the real reason. It's all a setup, and I didn't call him out on it. So now that's acceptance. You've given your blessing for it, even though you know what it really is. You know that he's not telling the truth, and it wasn't a coincidence, because there are none. So now apparently I've just set myself up for it, Anna. So he moves in, and at first it's fine because he works in construction and he's away all week. So he only comes home at weekends. So that's fine. Like, I don't have a problem with that. But within like 4 or 5 months, that changes. And now he's working in our city. So he's home every night. And every night, if I'm outside, if I even turn my conservatory door handle, I can feel him looking out the window. Caught him at it bare times. He just miraculously appears every time you're outside. And at first, it's kind of nice to have someone around that you know and you can talk to. And we like have barbecues sometimes and things like that, because there was still a summer back then. But slowly it just starts to get weird. It starts to get weird. It starts to feel oppressive. And I start avoiding my garden. And it's really sad for me, because I love that garden. And I've not had a garden since, because I've been in 2 apartments now. But he just ends up starting to act super weird. Like one day I asked if I could borrow his iPad, and I was using it to film for Instagram, and my phone wasn't holding storage. I can't remember the problem with it. So I was using it, and I went to Google something, and when I went on the internet on his iPad, there was just pages and pages of my name, the child's full name, my address, all these different combinations of things that you're asking Google about me, for pages. If you wanted to know something, you could have just asked in it. But we all know people use the internet for things like this, but you don't expect to see it in real time on their tech. You don't expect to see that. And it's just like, oh, I promise you, it'll make your blood run cold. Because again, now you just feel unsafe. And rightly so. So I'd written my book by now, or I was leading up to it. And I started an Instagram where I would tell people about narcissism, because I still believed that it was real back then, right? And I was starting to get clients through that. I was starting to make money through helping people through narcissism. Now I wanted it to be like family narcissism, but a lot of the people that were coming towards me, it was relationships, and I didn't really want to get into that, because it's not the same. Like, you can escape a relationship if you really need to, but it is very hard if you're like growing up and this is all you've known, because they've all, they're supposed to be your blood or whatever. It's really difficult. So, but then guess what started to happen? So it's like 2017, 2018 now. I was starting to make money and build a client base, and people started getting in touch with me saying, "We thought you stopped posting because you never come up on our feed anymore. It's like you just disappeared." But then I went on your profile and you posted yesterday. So this is, we know what this is now. You're being blackballed. But at the time, I still knew what it was. But you know, when you're like, you're not sure. This is why they change algorithms so that, you know, they can blame it on that. But really, we're just putting our foot on your neck. So that started to dip. And then when 2020 hit, I couldn't deal with all of the apartment that I moved into was ravaged by damp and mold, and it was making me so ill. Like I couldn't even keep thoughts straight in my head, but somehow I've still got to earn money. And I couldn't cope really with people's attitudes about the scammy and just everyone showing up in ridiculous face mask profile pictures. I just had to lock it off. I've never had social media since 2020. I just couldn't cope with it. I'll never have it again. Like it's just brain rot. And I know people have said it's like 10 times worse now. So I couldn't cope with that. But progressively in the background, just to let you know, things were terrible. The letting agent was horrific. The landlord was horrific, compulsive liar. The neighbours were saying things about how we caught him. We've lived here for 6 years, and we caught him 6 years ago painting over full black walls. And he's just covered it all up. New paint, new carpets. And it didn't smell of damp when I went to see it. But no one's got my back. I had 9 separate leaks. And it feels like immense witchcraft. Because I've always felt as though if your neighbours are doing your head in, it's not in your house. So you can cope with it. But when I moved to Manchester, the level of fuckery moved inside. And then it's also locked down. So now you can't escape outside really. And you're trapped inside with all of these problems. And mold, I believe, it's a visual manifestation of evil. And it was just eating me alive. Miraculously, my child was fine. It was only seemed to be me and the cat that were falling apart. So that went on for 3 years. Instead of fixing the damp, he acted as though he was going to fix it, got contractors to come out, and then sent an eviction warrant. So now you're getting evicted, right? So I stopped paying the rent immediately because I'm like, no one's got my back. I can barely string a thought together. And this is when the last witch that I told you about, who lived at 42, she was my guarantor for that property so that I could move into it. And she works in the financial industry. So you would think that when I've contacted her via writing, email and text, and I did it in writing on purpose because she has a habit of saying she forgot stuff because she drinks every day, right? And I wrote everything down and I said, I've got legal advice, and the legal advice is that sometimes when you're being evicted, your guarantor is then not liable for the rent because it's moved into eviction status. But I don't know whether that's true or not because you've got the contract for you as a guarantor. I don't have it. So can you please have a look at at what you've got? Because I obviously can't ask the letting agent. They're not going to give it to me. And she ignores me. She comes to Manchester. She helps me move there, yeah. And then she comes down about 6 weeks later because she says there's a concert that her and her husband were going to. And she comes then. And after that, I never see her again. I speak to her on the phone occasionally. And she keeps asking me a very specific question because of all the problems I'm encountering in Manchester. She says, Do you regret leaving Sheffield now? Periodically, she keeps asking me that question. And I say no, because there's nothing to come back there for. I've just told you all the shit that happened. There's no friends, there's no man, there's no bloodline, there's no nothing. What am I coming back for? So she's like, oh, that's all right then, as long as you don't regret it. So I ask her via text, did you get my email? I wait 3 days and I ask her because it's not, you need your credit for your job. So why are you not, you would think you would jump on that, right? And I'm sat worrying about it. Like, I don't want someone else's, like, my financial problems to be on someone else's head, but you're not responding to me. And she responds and she says, she's just had a really busy day and she's only just sat down and it's gone 9 and she'll ring me over the weekend. And I said, well, don't do that if you're super busy. She's a lot to deal with. And I just needed confirmation by text, really. I said, please look at the contract over the weekend and let me know at the beginning of the week. Well, that was 3.5 years ago and I'm still waiting. She just never did it. She never did it. But when I was moving out, she sent me this big long text about, and I know why she didn't do it. She didn't do it because the letting agent didn't tell her that I stopped paying the rent. I don't know why they didn't tell her. That's another reason I thought maybe she's not liable for it. Because if the rent had been late previously, they would send her a letter. But as soon as I went through eviction, they didn't do it. So I don't know if that was me being protected spiritually or whether she actually wasn't liable, because I've never spoken to her again. So I have no idea. But I asked you twice in writing to do this, and you decided not to do it. So whether you had to pay it or not, I'm not taking responsibility for it because I don't know who would ignore that. All right, home stretch. So I live in that property for 3 years. I have to stay in temporary accommodation for 6 weeks, which has its own story. Can't get into right now. But then I get this apartment, which is housing association through like Manchester Council, right? And it's pretty much brand new. It was built in 2020. So there's only been one person that's lived here before me. Nothing but issues with the housing association, lying about things, this and that, right? But I managed to try and start to recover a little bit because I'm not in that mold infested environment anymore. So my head's starting to come back together more. And yeah, I start to think about me a little bit. I've just been concentrating on being a provider somehow through all of this. I don't really know how. And it's why I'm completely burnt to a crisp at this point. Um, but I'm 38. So I'm not 39 yet. And I decided to like apply for a job outside. So I've been working from home this entire time. And my child is at college. And I think she's 17 at this point. Yeah. So she's doing her thing. And I'm like, she's nearly 18, man. It's time to start living your life again. Um and I didn't want it to be nothing too serious, so I thought I'll just work in like makeup. Probably, but if anyone's working in makeup, like, oh, you didn't think that was gonna be serious? You didn't think that was gonna be full of witches? Wow, you're crazy, bitch. People always say that if you work retail, which I'd never really done up to this point, I'd always done like office shit. Um, that it's your customers that are going to be the problem. No, it's not. My customers were fantastic. Central Manchester. Oh, I hate the UK, but I love Manchester. I love Manchester people. They've got hearts of gold. They really have. They've got so much spirit, even now when they've basically just turned it everything terrible. They have. They make me laugh. Just in the daftest ways. The other day, I nearly walked into a guy because I had my headphones on and I didn't see him. And I went, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry." And he just went, "This town's not big enough for the both of us." He just come out with just mad shit. Like this guy, I had my trolley and I was trying to rush to get a taxi, and he had like a walker, like a Zimmer frame kind of thing. And he started trying to like jewel me. He was opposite me. It's an old guy, like trying to jewel me opposite me. I've got the trolley and he's got his Zimmer frame and it's pissing it down with rain. He should not have had a sense of humor, but he did. And it's like that kind of stuff where I'm like, oh, there are still some people with a heartbeat. Imagine that. Um, so yeah, I get a job working for a cosmetics company, and everything seems fine at first. The girl that interviewed me was lovely. And she was the manager there, right? But all of a sudden, it started to turn into a Black Mirror episode. So they said I got the job, and they put it in writing. But then no one got in touch with me to like tell me when was my start date, what my rota was going to be, like nothing. And so I had to contact them. So already I'm thinking, oh, I don't like this because this is not something you should. If it's starting off like this is not good. And then I start, and she's supposed to be my manager, the girl that interviewed me. Annual leave, not there. So now you've got this other woman who is notorious, apparently, and I didn't know this yet. But I saw her coming down the escalator to come and greet me. Because when I got there on my first day, they're saying, nobody knows that you're starting. No one's been told that you're starting today. You've just been forgotten about. And so, like, I've just got this creeping, sinking feeling like I don't like things like this. And this happens to me too much. And when this Karen comes down the escalator, she got the haircut and everything. I'm like, nope. Immediately, I'm like, no, this is a joke. Where do you keep finding this archetype from? She's just everywhere. So she puts me in a room because you have to just do all of this admin for like a day through the computer. All this boring health and safety stuff. She don't tell me when to go for lunch. She don't tell me nothing. She just plonks me in this room and then just never comes to speak to me again all day. All day. And I'm like, I don't want to come back already. This is just how can you be this unprofessional? But it's not, is it? It's all a setup. And then I have two managers. So I have the manager of the cosmetics company and the manager of the store. So the manager of the store is the one who just left me in that room like that. And the manager of the cosmetics company is very apologetic. And she says, because I tell her, I'm like, I don't want to come back. Like, this is, and she's like, if you go to our other store, which is at the Trafford Centre, I'll put someone to train you there because you shouldn't have just been left like that. And I'm like, okay. And then she's really like efficient at teaching me stuff, and it seems fine. It seems fine. But now you're going to go back and you're going to start to realize that there's just all these issues, all these health and safety issues. You walk in there one day and it stinks horrendous. Horrendous. You still don't know where your original woman is that hires you, by the way. She's in the wind. There's sewage pouring into where they sell food in this at this park because it's a department store, so there's all different sections, and I'm in the cosmetic section. But customers are coming in like this. That's how disgusting it was. And they're asking me, what is that smell? I find out that the toilets above this floor have leaked into where all the food is. Do you think they closed the store? Now, there's something about me that you should know. I can't stand dirt. I can't stand dirt. I can't stand foul smells. I can't stand none of it. So imagine being placed in England. Like, seriously. Sometimes I feel like, do you know at Disneyland when they pipe like nice smells through, like bakery smells? I feel like they do the opposite in my area. It smells like a public toilet outside. But they did this, and I said, I'm going home. Like, I can't stand here all day and smell. You're smelling the inside of someone's asshole and you're at work. And they're all looking at me like, this happens all the time. And I was like, no, it can't. What? Where's the health and safety? Like, they've got members of staff in their normal uniforms mopping the floors up from this. And I'm just like, this is unreal. This can't be happening. And again, it's like they're just acting like I'm the problem, basically. But I go back after that day, and now my original girl that hired me is there, but she looks terrible. She looks like she's going to burst into tears at any moment. This woman's been there for 15 years, I think she said. And she said she loved the job, she told me in the interview. But all of a sudden, she looks like she's under the stress that she just doesn't know what to do. There's another manager there that's a guy. And he's also cool, right? If you've got a problem, you can go and ask him. There's only one manager that's a problem. I start this job in September 2022 and I'm gone before Christmas. Before the end of October, both of those managers have quit. They've been there for years. Why have they suddenly quit? What's going on? And apparently I wasn't there for the day when the girl that hired me came in to tell. She sent this long, cryptic WhatsApp message saying that she knows it's going to seem strange that she's just leaving and blah, blah, blah. But she wants to say that she's made some amazing friends there and she's really going to miss everybody and this and that. And apparently, because the other girls told me who worked there, she was just crying while she was on the shop floor, just crying, saying bye to everyone. And I'm telling you, I swear this is to do with me. I know you're going to think I'm insane. But did you know a pattern of what's happened to me? Do you know how I told you what ghosting is and how it's like not good? There is an alternative to this. Sometimes I meet someone and they seem cool at first and then they switch on me. So, for example, there's a shopkeeper down the road, yeah? You go in, sometimes he's a bit grumpy, but he's never rude, right? I've had full conversations with him about like his family and like where he's gone to eat, and he was telling me about this place that like makes chapatis and they're not clean and he won't eat there and this and that. And he's told me about his life. And one day I went in there and he was on FaceTime with his sister, and without my consent, he turned his phone around. And he's Indian, yeah. So I don't know if he was speaking what language he was speaking. Indians speak a lot of different languages, and he didn't say whatever he was saying in English, but he was smiling and he was like showing. He's like, and he said, "It's my sister," and I was like, "Oh, okay. This is a bit violating, but okay." And he was all happy about whatever he was saying. And the next time I went in that shop, that man acted like he didn't want me in his shop. Not only did he act like he didn't know who I was, but he acted like he didn't want to serve me. I haven't seen this man in between these two interactions. It's like a psyop. I've got so many examples of this happening. It's like they've been recruited. The alternative to this is you meet someone that you think is also genuinely nice, guy or woman, not on anything, just you're just vibing with them, and then they suddenly disappear. That is because they refuse to go against you. I'm telling you, because they're helpful to you. There was a girl that I knew round here, yeah, and she knew everyone round here, and she could tell you anything you needed to know. And she's like, when I was looking for somewhere to live, she's like, "Don't live around there. You won't like it around there." Blah blah blah. And she gave me all the inside scoop on stuff. Gone. She's got a good heart, and I honestly believe I didn't do anything to her. I used to see her all the time around the area. She's like a ghost. It's like you can't have no help. You just can't. So what's happening at the same time as I'm doing this job is I'm actually in between all this madness. I was actually quite enjoying it, and I'm being paid. I made like good commission, right? So finally, I've got some decent money. What do you think starts happening at home? Because now you're taking your eye off the child. And rightly so, because she should be thinking about uni because that's what she said she wanted to do. But now all of a sudden you've got all these problems. All of a sudden, you don't like that I'm working outside and you can't hide it. And this is, do you know, another thing? It's like why you think narcissism is real, because this is another parasite trait. If you're playing into that parasite's hands, you're doing what they want you to do. You're staying in the house, you're not speaking to no one apart from for work, and you're not making any bonds with people. You won't see their true intention because you're not doing anything outside of what they want you to do. Switch it up and watch what happens. Start thinking about yourself and watch what happens. Because then she turns 18 and I'm working. And I say to her, I ain't got time to sit and braid your hair all day anymore. You're going to have to learn to do it yourself. No, she don't like that. I said, alternatively, go to the hair shop and get someone to do it for you. I said, but I haven't got time. And she was like, well, can I pay you to do it? And I let her do that like once or twice or whatever. And I said, listen, it's not about the money. I just don't have the energy. It takes me like an hour to get to work, an hour to get back. I'm on my feet all day. I work every weekend. Like, I can't do this. So she don't like it. And I can tell she don't like it. I bring her cosmetics home from work. I bring her stuff. And it's like, you're still side eyeing me. We're not sisters. I'm your mom. You've watched me go through all of this stuff. You would think you'd be happy for me that I'm finally earning some money and I'm at the house and I'm getting acquainted with Manchester. That's not the assignment, bitch. Property, remember? Suddenly she gets a nightmare boyfriend and he's getting kicked out of his house and she's ringing me at 1 o'clock in the morning saying he ain't got nowhere to go and blah, blah, blah. I've got work the next day. I'm not interested in this. Is a boy I met 48 hours previously. This ain't my problem. And it just goes on and on like that. And then it gets really serious. So I end up leaving that cosmetics job because so many just weird things are happening. Like I'm building up the stock on the counter and I'm building up the stock in the drawers underneath. So like all the stationery that you would need to make sure that everything's like I'm organized. This is what I mean. I'm organized. I like to have everything in order. Tell me why when it's your days off or when you're not there, like you've not started your shift yet, these other bitches are going in. It's locked as well. Going inside underneath your cupboards and taking your stationery. So now you haven't got the stuff that you've stocked up. Just pathetic, petty things like this. Then the Karen, who is now the only manager that is there, she's just dying. She's dying for you to acknowledge her authority. She's trying to micromanage you. And there's like less than 10 years in our ages difference. And everyone's like saying, this is what she's like. And sometimes she'll shout me down the hallway and I'll just ignore her. Like, bitch, get out of my way. So in the end, I ended up getting a second cosmetics job. And I wasn't there for 6 weeks. Because it's January. This was a much nicer store, by the way. The people were not the problem who worked there. But you've got the air conditioning on in January, and all of the staff have got coats and scarves and gloves on inside. And they say that it's cheaper to leave on the air conditioning than it is to turn it off. I feel like this is environmental warfare. Like, you know, everything that I hate. You're not going to fire me. I've never been fired. You're not going to fire me, but you're going to try and funnel net me back onto the benefit system. Now, I know a lot of people would have been like, I don't care, like, what they did to me. I would just stay there. Like, there's no way that I could go back and let them control me like that. But if you factor in everything that I previously told you, I can see that this is not normal. How can you watch all of your staff members around you just freezing and miserable? Their faces are set. And you won't do anything to help them. I just feel like as soon as I left, they just turned it off. I really do. Day back at home again. No income. Your child is working part-time. She's always done that since she was 16. She decides she don't want to go to uni. I would never force her. I don't believe in the education system anyway, so I would never force her to do that. But she's just on top of me, like, and it's getting too much. Like, you should be off doing your own life, and you're not. Because college is finished now. She completed it. She did it. But so now she's just got this part-time job, which is like 16 hours. And the rest of the time she's in the house. Because there's a task at hand. And I help her to change her resume. And she gets a full-time job. And it's a good job. So now we've role reversed. She's 18. I'm 39. I'm giving her my work coat. I'm giving her the shirts that I got for work. Because like when you just start a job full time, it's like always like a lot in it to pay for your travel and your lunches and stuff straight away. So now she's going to her job in the stuff that I bought for my job. Wearing the coat that I bought for work. But that's still not enough, apparently. I already had my DJ decks by then as well, so I'm starting to like practice that. But it's hard, like with everything that's been going on. If you watch them, you'll see like how many mistakes I make and stuff. Like, you just gotta plow through it because it's just your head being pecked in it, because it's upsetting the frequencies when you're creative. And I still try to start focusing on myself. And I see an advert for a resident DJ job, right? And I decide that I'm just gonna go for it. Just it's a new club, like what? It's every Friday and Saturday, like just try, innit? What you got to lose? Go up there, it's a black guy, yeah. And he's telling me all this stuff. He's come from a six-figure marketing salary and he's walked away from it because he spent 130 grand doing this club up. And he knows all about marketing and he's got all these ideas and this and that. And that he's interviewed 30 DJs. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm never going to get this. And he's like, but it's specifically bassline, which is what I play, yeah, which is, it's making a comeback, but for a bit it kind of disappeared. So I'm like, maybe it's a sign. And he says, and he just says, like, he's got to open on this particular day. It's like a week away. And there's just builders everywhere in this club. And the builders are saying things to me like, we've been here since 5 a.m. until like 7 p.m. and they're absolutely exhausted. And they were saying things to me like, if you'd have just given us an extra 2 weeks, we wouldn't need to rush like this. But he's just obsessed with opening on a particular day, which I believe was the 4th of October, I believe. So it doesn't align with these numbers as far as I could see. But they were saying he kept pushing it and he knew everyone else's job to do. The bar staff, he's got all them in and he's sat them down. They've all got uniforms and everything looks legit. It's just the place is not finished. Now, I have DJ decks, which is like beginner decks, yeah. But in the club, it's a CDJ, which is more advanced. So he's like, he took ages to let me know that, yeah, I want you to come and do the bassline part. I've got an R&B DJ. I want you to do the bassline part. And at first he's saying that he wants me to DJ for like 6 hours. And I'm like, no, sorry. At first he said there's going to be two of us, two bassline DJs, and it'll be 6 hours, but you can keep swapping in and out. So you can do an hour, he can do an hour, you can do an hour, he can do an hour. And he wanted me to start on the Saturday, but the club actually opened on the Friday. So I'm thinking, maybe this guy did the Friday ups because there's an upstairs and a downstairs. So downstairs is R&B, upstairs bassline, right? But he keeps changing the goalposts. So I say to him, how are you going to pay me? And he's like, cash. It's like, I don't mess about me. So I'm like, all right, cool. And he's saying like, if you pull in the customers, I'll up the money that I pay you. So I say, okay. So I agree to go there while it's before it's open so I can spend some time to get to know the CDJs, right? Because I'm feeling super overwhelmed and trying to hold it down, but I'm fucking shitting it, right? And he's like, yeah, we'll be here till like 10, 11 o'clock at night. So come over whenever you want. And then it gets to like 6:30 in the evening. He's like, yeah, we're going home now. I'm going to close up. And I say, what? And he's like, yeah, he's like, I'm tired. I've been here all day. And I said, but that's not what you said. And then I see the flyers that he's got. And it doesn't even say what music's being played, like what genre it is. And then I get my child, because I don't have Instagram or anything anymore, remember? So I ask her to look on the Instagram, and there's no promotion on there at all. Like it's just showing it being like coming, like, so the lights have been put in now, so they'll take pictures of that. And then the bar's there, so they'll take pictures of that. But you're not promoting this night at all. Didn't you tell me you came from a six-figure marketing salary? And all there is of this is that he's hired a double-decker bus. And this double-decker bus drives around the area with the club details on the side. what about all the social media stuff that you need to be doing? Like, what's going on? But it's not my club, is it? And I've never DJ'd in a club before. So you can't like just be telling him what to do because it's rude. But I've got serious misgivings about this, right? And but I don't want to miss an opportunity. So I agree to do it. Like he picks me. He's saying that like the baseline DJs that he interviewed didn't really know the music when he was asking him. So that's why I didn't go with him. But I think it was all a lie. But even if it wasn't, I think that those DJs probably had way more experience than me and could tell this was bullshit. But I think the whole thing was made up. So on the night I go there, there's no one there. There's a ton of bouncers, but there's no one there. And I'm upstairs and I think, well, I might as well just get to know the CDJs more because no one's in here. And the guy says to me, I'm going home for a bit. And it's like 9:30 and your club opened yesterday and you're going home. Why? And he's like, yeah, I'm tired. I just need to have a bit of a nap and then I'll be back. And one of the so he's gone. And I'm just like, this is bizarre. And one of the bar staff needed to ring him for something, yeah. And I don't think this bar staff member was in on it at all. And he said, I've just rang him at home. And he sounded like he was crying. And I've never forgotten this. And I was like, what? And I'm thinking it's because he's ballsed up his club opening. But I don't think that's why he was crying. So then his wife, who we never introduced as his wife, she is wasted. And she keeps coming upstairs to me and screaming that I should be playing downstairs. And she's too drunk to lie. And she's just like, you should be playing downstairs. I tried to tell him, like, I just don't know what he's doing. I don't know what he's doing, this and that. And she didn't even know that he'd gone home. So the toilets don't even have like male and female on the toilet doors. That's how unfinished it is. The bar has no draft upstairs. So men keep walking towards the women's toilets and women's keep walking towards the men's. And I'm like sort of there. So I'm like, it's that one down there you need. Because there's no signage on the door. There's no mirrors in the toilets. It's just so unfinished. And it doesn't make sense why you have rushed this. It doesn't seem like there's a reason. And when he comes back, and he like says all right and stuff, it's about 20 minutes later. It's before midnight. And he sends that bar staff member upstairs that told me he was crying. And he said, Mike says you can go. And I'm like, what? Closes at 4. And he said, I know. He's like, don't shoot the messenger. He sent half the bar staff home. Because there's just no one there. And I'm just like, this ain't nowhere near the money he said it was going to be. Because I've only been here for like, not even 4 hours. It's actually like 3. And I go downstairs and this man just looks like so full of shame that he can't hide it. And I'm like, what's going on? And he's like, yeah, it's like, we're just going to close early. And so there was no one upstairs, and downstairs you could tell it's just people in here. Probably about 15 people. I think his wife and his daughter and some of their friends, and he had a friend sat next to him, a guy. There was barely no one in there. And you think, like, why wouldn't he promote this? It doesn't make any sense. Especially if you didn't tell me that backstory of where you came from, then I might have believed this a little bit more. But he's like, yeah, give us a few weeks to get things up and running, and then I'll be in touch with you. And this, that, and the other is like, we just need to restructure a couple of things, and this and that. And I get to the door to leave, and his wife's there, and she says, I'm sorry. And she just gives me this massive hug. And I'm just like, what is going on? It's just constantly like the Truman Show. Like, they all know they've just fucked you over. They know it, not everyone. And she was like, she couldn't fake, like, how, because she'd been trying to give him ideas like the whole time. He just ignores her. So I don't actually blame her for this situation. I think her sorry may have been genuine. But yeah, that was the end of that. That's the last job that I've tried to have, because it's just a disaster. Everywhere you go, you're getting like humiliation rituals put on you. This shit's just not normal. Still not at the finish line, innit? Right. So my head feels like it's been like pecked today. I don't know if I look more disheveled than I have on the other ones. I don't know. But it's because you're trying to finish something, innit? That's the way that it goes. And like I said, I never had no intention of it going for this long. Like, oh my days. Anyway, so throughout all those 3 jobs that I've had in Manchester that didn't involve me working from home, those 3 jobs that I've just told you about, yeah, my child followed me through these jobs. Now, what do I mean by that? I mean that the first one, after I'd left and they were just like going off some kind of way. Yeah, they kept doing all kinds of stuff. They kept changing the rotas every 2 minutes. My manager was like, oh, you've got these like holiday days that you've accrued, so I'm just going to put you on holiday on this day. You're not asking me if I want to be on holiday. You're just putting me on holiday. I'd not been in a work environment outside for like a decade. So the way that things have just declined, I didn't know if this was some kind of normal thing, but it didn't feel normal and it felt bizarre, right? So the first one that I left, I ended up putting in a big complaint about the way that they treated me. And they didn't even address it. They just ignored it for the first, for, basically it didn't get resolved for 3 months. And I wasn't there for the whole time. So, because no one would get back to me, like, that's how bad it was. So, but she was going into the store. It's now her favourite store for some reason. And she's quick to tell me that she's been in there and like, yeah, you've been replaced and your counters restocked and everything. So yeah, everything seems fine. And I'm starting to get like these like, I can't call them panic attacks, but it's like your spiritual team is hitting you over the head because I know this energy. I know it. I know what you're saying without saying it. You're trying to tell me that all of my effort that I put into that job, no one gives a shit and you've been replaced. But you're not saying that. No one asked you to go in there after I've already worked there and you weren't interested in this place before I started working there, just now. So when I go to the second place, which has a brow counter, right? The one where I said they wouldn't turn off the air conditioning. Remember, I was only there for a really short amount of time. She's booked in to have her brows done there. And it's just getting bizarre. So I've already left and now you're going to go in there to have your brows done. So now you can tell me about the other staff member that I was working with. and just give me an update on the place that was my work. Do you think I've ever gone into to her places of work and done anything like this? I've met her once after work, like I've seen her working, and then because I was waiting for her to finish work so we could go and get some shopping. That's as much as I've done, because first of all, I'm grown, but secondly, we don't need to be intermingled like this. This is getting very, very strange now. And again, it's just to be somewhere that I've been and to report back on it. And it's bizarre. Then the DJ place, I asked her to look at the Instagram because I didn't have Instagram. So when I've left there and I've never heard from this guy again, and like you start to realize you've been done. And I think the point of the ritual, remember I said they want you to feel sorry for him? That's how they snatch your energy. If the whole thing's a setup and they've done it to fuck you over, but you feel sorry for them, because I'm thinking this guy's just a dickhead and he just looks like a prick in front of everyone. He's just spent all this money and this and that. And if that all of that was a setup, then he's got my sympathy, because basically I just feel bad for him. That's enough. That was enough for him to pull it off. Now she's going to go and tell me, I never asked her to show me, but she's casually slipped in a conversation one day that he's put more things on the Instagram now. They've advertised more nights now, there's more things on there. And I called her out. And I said, why is it that everywhere I go, you're following behind me? What are you doing? Why is it that you keep on doing this? Because one thing that I've missed out is before, and I'm so sorry, you have to understand how much stuff this is. And I'm going to get like dates and stuff mumbled up sometimes because it's the bombardment of shit that is being done to me. And that's why I'm saying I feel like I have to make this video, because I just feel like there's so many people that either are not here because they just got pecked into oblivion, or they just don't know where to start. That's half the reason I didn't want to make it, because I felt like I had to write everything down first, which I actually haven't done. I just put on the camera. Before I moved into this apartment, I've been here for 3.5 years. Before I had to move, I met a guy. That wasn't allowed, right? But there's a higher spiritual reason for this guy was sent to me. It took me a couple of years to get the download, I guess, because of everything that was happening. But he was a lovely guy. He's a lot younger than me, like a lot. And he works in a shop like around where I lived, but his energy was so pure. Like it wasn't like was I 30? I might have been. He was 26, so it's like nothing mad. And I think I might have been like 37, 38. That's quite a big gap, right? I know, but um, he was a lovely guy, and he just wanted to take me out for dinner. But she'd been in the shop with me before or whatever, and I made the mistake of just saying, oh, "I'm going to go out for something to eat with Chris and blah blah blah." So she's 16 when this happens. 16. At this point, I've been celibate for 6 years, fam. Right, and it might not lead anywhere, but it'd just be nice to go out for dinner or whatever. It's none of your business, really, is it? Why does she refuse to get out of my bedroom? I nearly had to lay hands on her, I'm not going to lie. It got close. And she's saying that I can't and how it'll just be weird. And I'm like, do you think I'm asking for your permission? I don't understand what's happening now. Get out of my bedroom. And she's just like, she can't verbalize why I can't do this. But she's just like, well, no, and how can you? And in my head, I'm like, has she got like a crush on him? She's beautiful, right? super good looking. And I'm like, is this what this is about? But it's not. It's gatekeeper energy. It's entirely bizarre. I know you might think like weird and badly of me for saying this stuff. I don't fucking care. This is like the final curtain for me. All of it. All of it. Because I believe that so many things have been done to me so that I just don't say nothing. Like, I'm not ashamed of any of this. If anyone gets to see this, I want you to know I'm not ashamed of any of this. None of it. Because it's a goddamn miracle I'm speaking to you right now. How, it's like they're obsessed with you being heartbroken and alone. Like, we can't jump into your energy if someone loves you and has your back. That's not part of it. But when people talk about them being jealous, it's not that they're jealous, it's that if you're happy, they die. Literally, I have seen it on their faces before where it looks like they're going to crumble into dust because you got a promotion or you're like just dancing and having a good time, or someone that's not an op is coming towards you. They can't hide it. And it's not like we just don't want you to do well. It's like there's a species that's depending on my heartbreak. That's how it feels. It honestly feels like that because it's just too many. It's too many. It's too many of them. So she did all that with the jobs, and I called her out one Saturday afternoon. I just lost it, and I was like, "You're going to tell me why you keep doing this. You're going to tell me." And this is when it gets sinister. She's like, because, and I believe, yeah. So I threw her out last year. So she was 20 when we had this. This was last year, so this is 2025, and this when I could not take no more. I asked her to leave in June 2025, and I believe that she'd already, because her birthday, she'd already turned 20 by then. And I'm just catching all these things that you're doing, and it's just weird. And she keeps doing this thing where she keeps starting these little negging little arguments, and it's just driving me mad. So I corner her and I say, "Why do you keep doing this? Because you're really starting to remind me of your grandmother. Like, exactly. Even the tone of your voice is reminding me of her. What is going on?" And I ask her if she's still in contact with that bloodline, and she denies it. But I don't believe her. I do not believe her. Imagine you've gone through all of this. They've done all of this to you, right? You've moved cities, you've changed your full name. You're thinking that you're going to start your life again. And the person that you brought with you, that you've been going without stuff, that you've homeschooled, that you've tried to give all of these creative hobbies to, so that her mind is always like flourished, and you've tried to put all of your wisdom and your knowledge into them. Imagine that they were just siphoning that and feeding it all back to them. How would you feel? Like you were sleeping next to that the whole time, next room, and you didn't know. So I ask her why she does it, and she pauses and she says, "Now listen to this, because if you know, and most of psychology is not even real and just complete gaslighting, but if you know anything about it, listen to this." She says that when she was, how old was she then? 4 or 5. One of my friend's niece, they was playing together, and she came over. She'd never came to our house, by the way. We took them to a fairground. My friend never brought this girl to my house, but she's saying that this is what happened, and that they were playing in my bedroom, which I would never allow. She on the occasion could sit in there and watch TV and bring her Lego and stuff, but not another kid. I'm not. What do you think it is? That's my bedroom. There's no way. She's saying, but she had to say that because the bedroom that she had was so small that she had one of the high rise, the beds that you have the ladders that you go up to, the cabin beds. She had to say it was my room, otherwise it wouldn't make sense. But it still didn't make sense because I'm not a fucking dickhead. That this girl's like, you know, when kids are like messing about and experimenting sexually, that she's done something to her, and the girl was like 2 or 3 years older than her. And I'm like, no, that girl never came to our house. And she said, well, I'm sure it was her, like it must have been her. Like I definitely remember it. And I remember thinking, well, this is not much fun for me and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, do you think I'm never going to let you play in my bedroom with another child? That's just not happening. We had a big garden at that house as well. This girl never came to the house, right? And the reason why she's saying it's a child is so that I can't do anything about it now. Because if you're going to tell me that that's a man, I'm going to go to the police. If you're going to tell me that that's a woman, I'm going to go to the police. But if you tell me that it's just kids doing this thing that kind of messed your head up, then what am I supposed to do with it? But also, this is a massive deflection from what I have just asked you. And she never answers, why are you trolling me everywhere I go outside? I'm still waiting for an answer, but she comes out with this story because she's trying to build the persona of being some kind of sexual assault victim, which she is not. And it's just sick. It's sick. And I know she's lying. So it's just ramping up. It just feels like it's every week at this point. And the reason is because her next birthday, she's going to be 21 and I'm going to be 42. And her rancid grandmother is going to be 63. Are you figuring it out? Are you figuring out the siphoning, jumping into each other's energy in the 369 cycles? That's what they did to me when I was 21. That's why they took my son, so that she could jump into my energy. If you're not into this stuff, if you don't understand what has happened, then you're just going to think this is nuts. But start to look at your life. Because you know, when I was editing this video, I realized something. Do you know when I said that the 777 bombings, because it's 2005, so that's also a 7, what does that add up to? It's 21. It's a 3. And I didn't realize what I was saying until I was trying to edit this video, which is incredibly long. So all this stuff's starting to ramp up now, yeah? She keeps coming in the house on the weekends, not all the time, but she's been out, she's been drinking, and I've asked her, stop doing that. If you're going to come back past midnight, stay out. Because the apartment's too small, the front door is right next to my bedroom, and I can hear you, and you're coming in like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. And it's just like, I just don't want it. I also don't like the idea of her coming back when she's been drinking, because she's done things like flooded my bathroom and just all manner of other things, right? It's that spirit is just in her. So I don't like it. And she keeps on ignoring what I'm saying. So I'll say, I told you not to come back here if you're going to stay out past midnight, stay at your friends. Like, I don't want disturbing after that time. And she'll start saying things like, I'm coming back home after I've been out because I'm not drinking. That's not what I said. You're not coming in here at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, even if you haven't been drinking, because I asked you not to come back after midnight because you're just waking me up. You're waking me out of my sleep. She's just going to keep acting like she didn't hear what I said. And I ain't got many rules. I let her, she never really has to do much because she's been stuck to me like glue. But when she does, they always seem to be like at my biggest inconvenience. So I said, I don't want you doing that. So one night, might have been the end of May, beginning of June last year, she calls me from her friend's house, and it's like 11:30 at night on a Friday night. And she says, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to come home? And I say, why are you always asking me this? Like, you're 20. Like, just stay out. And I said, no. And I said, it's 11:30 now anyway, just stay out. And so she said, all right then, I'll stay out. So I put the phone down and I was like, yes. And I ran round and I locked up and I put the chain on and like I closed like the living room and stuff. And I walked back in my bedroom. It's not been longer than 4 minutes. And my phone's ringing. And it's her and I'm like, what? And she says, yeah, I've decided I am going to come home, but not yet. Because I just feel a bit homesick. You know, I just want to be in my own bed. And I'm like, I saw you this morning. What are you talking about? You're homesick. And I swear to God, my spiritual team were like, nope, something is wrong. And I knew it. I knew it in my soul, something is wrong. And I said, whatever. And I just come off the phone. And a voice, clear as day, said, put your phone on airplane mode. I don't even use airplane mode. I mostly switch my phone off. But I wanted to go to the library the next day. And it only opens until 1. So I did want to set my alarm. So airplane mode was really helpful because your alarm would still go off, innit? So I fiddled around and I found it. And so I put that on. And I just went to bed. And I heard her come in at like gone 4. And then I hear her knocking on my door. And I'm just like, oh, it's just, and she knocks louder and louder and louder. And she does it 3 times. And every voice is like, don't you dare answer that door. Imagine that. Imagine you're scared. I was scared. Like it wasn't that motherly instinct where you're like, oh, I just want them to get home safely. And you're relieved when their keys go in the door. It was, everything was the opposite. Like if you open this door, you're in danger. And I didn't say nothing. And then I could hear her go into the living room and she was on the phone. And I don't know who she was on the phone to. And I just thought, I don't like none of this. I don't like it. Like it's giving me like this really awful feeling. But eventually I managed to go back to sleep and I get up later than I wanted to because obviously my sleep's been disturbed. And I get up and as soon as I get up, I hear her get up. But she's only been in bed for a couple of hours, so why is she up already? And she comes to tell me how she's gone to get the Uber back last night. Bear in mind, I told her to keep her backside where she was, right? I told her that. She's gone to get an Uber and her friend booked her the Uber. And we live at a certain address, and apparently there's 2 of these roads in Manchester. And her friend has booked it for the wrong one. So then she's got in the Uber, and the guy is like, and he's driving in the wrong direction. And so she's saying, it's not this, you've got the wrong address, it's the wrong one. So she says, like, can I just cancel it and just like reorganize it? But she wasn't the one that booked it. So there was some kind of issue here. I'm not entirely sure how this works. What I do know is this. She says that man tries to, that he exposes himself to her. And that he stops the car and he says that he wants her to get in the front seat. So she says she agrees because she expects him to open the door so she can get out of the passenger side. But he doesn't do that. He tells her that she has to climb over the seat. And she does it. If you're a man listening to this or if you're a woman, there is no way that you are going to move voluntarily closer to danger. You want to at least be able to get a foot up. You want some distance in between you and the problem, right? You're never going to agree to do that. It'd be a challenge even if someone had, like, to your head. For you to move closer to the problem, you can already see. But this is what she says happens. And she says that she's trying to call me, but obviously my phone's on airplane mode, and that she's tried to text me. And then she shows me a call to 999 that lasts approximately 7 minutes. Because I tell her, I don't believe you. I just tell her in her face, I do not believe you. Because everything he does is recorded. And she says, yeah, well, she shows me the call. It says 999 and there is a call that lasts for that long. And she says that the police get there and he's like grabbing at his camera and moving the camera, and they say, and they don't get involved in that. They don't ask to see his footage. And then she's tried to call him this morning and they've not logged the incident. So it's not there. And she had to get her friend's mom to come and pick her up. And then she said, well, I'm okay. I'm okay. And then she said, I mean, I suppose I did look kind of cute yesterday, so I guess. My fucking whole stomach nearly fell out when she said that. I already didn't believe you. And now you've just said this. No one would say this. No one would ever say this. No one would ever say this. I want you to get out now. Like, honest to God, everything in me was like, I don't know who you are, but you are wildly out of control. Because this is completely unbelievable. The police would have the log. They would have it, but it's so convenient for you to say that they don't. And that they wouldn't ask for his camera footage. Why would they not do that? And if you don't believe this, she went out on the Saturday night. So she was so traumatized by everything that happened. Why has she gone out the next night again? And my stomach is just turned inside out. Because it took me a few months. Some of you might have just figured this out. But she could have just put someone's number in her phone as 999, innit? I don't believe any of this ever happened. But you know what's very scary? What if I would have answered the phone? Because it seems like you were trying to get me out of the house at stupid o'clock in the morning. Or at the very least, you're going to, because what you're trying to do is you're trying to reattach a siphon to me that you feel like is dwindling. You're not getting as much energy out of me as you used to get. I used to sit and like, I couldn't relax until she was back at home. And obviously she could feel that. But now I stopped doing that because I trained myself to stop doing it, because you can't always be worrying about what might happen to somebody else. You have to just let them be able to get on with their own life. Well, obviously this was a problem that I'd started to put focus onto myself, but it was at a crucial time because she needed to reattach this siphon like quick time, but all she was doing was repelling me. This is what 2020 was. This was the ultimate you're doing too much. Because anyone who was even on the fence that may have thought something feels like they're doing something to us and it's just extra. Everything that they said, the reasons for why we had to stay inside and everything, none of it made no sense. So of course, that's kind of your proof now that something is wrong. So when she did that, I just never could look at her again like that. Never. I just wanted her gone. I wanted her gone. That you're going to stand in my face and say this shit. It's sick. It's sick, and it's obvious nothing happened to you. Who the hell would say, oh, well, I guess I would just look kind of cute, and I guess that's why he just wanted to expose himself to me and traumatize me. What are you on about? So yeah, less than a week later, I asked her to move out. I'll give you the month, but you can't stay here no more. I'm sorry. I can't feel unsafe in my own house like I did for my whole childhood. I can't do it. So I'll give you the month. There's thing you can take whatever you need to take, you can take it. Like from your bed, your wardrobes, whatever you need to take, but you need to go. And my God, the meltdown. The screaming that she did sounded inhuman. I had to put my headphones on because I just thought, I don't know what this is. And she came to me and she asked me a very specific question. What, do you even consider me to be your daughter anymore? Now, you might have been like, well, you've been saying that she's not your kid for all this video, so obviously you didn't. But in reality, it wasn't until she turned 18, 19 that I really started to really think this is, she's literally working against you. She's working against you. And it's creepy. And that guy that I met, she tried to make out when we'd moved and everything. And I never ended up going to dinner with him, by the way. But that wasn't the point of why I met him. He was a messenger. He was a spiritual messenger, right? And he was a good person. She tried to make out that she had his number and that he texted her to say, is your mum okay? And I said, how did you get his number? She can't answer. So I said, why are you trying to make out that you've spoken to him? Like, what are you playing at? It's like when you find out your best friend is a hoe and they've been trying to sleep with your boyfriend. Like, this is entire time. Like, this is crazy now. This is crazy. Because I've already told you that we don't look one thing alike. Like, you would not think we was related. And it's like, what are you playing at? You would go off like this to your mom. It's fucking weird. Like, all of this is weird. Like, y'all just want to be in my skin so much. You're just making me feel sick. Just leave me alone. It's all I want. All I want is my tropical garden and my baby and to be left the fuck alone. But it's just like, it just feels like it's impossible. So anyway, she found somewhere to live in 11 days. I thought she was going to long it out, but she didn't. And this place is beautiful. And it was an ex-Airbnb, and it's got parquet flooring, and it's got a coffee maker, and it's got a four-poster bed with a new mattress, and it's got everything you could ever think of. And when I moved out at 17, I didn't know I was going to pay for carpets, right? Because she earns a lot of money. So if you start before you start thinking, oh no, Gen Z can't afford anything, 38 grand a year, including commission, mate. She was never struggling. What she wanted, because she did pay me rent money when she was living with me, she wanted to be in control of the finances. This is all they ever want, because it's all they can do to control you. So watch what's going to happen now. Now that she's gone, watch all the op shit start going nuts. Because now there's nobody attached to you. This is a situation I've never been in before. As I sit here now, there's no one that could ring my phone and be like, I need your help, and rah rah rah. Oh well. Because that's how much damage they've done. You have tugged on my heartstrings that much for that long that I'm not bitter and I'm not empty inside. I'm full of love. But you better believe that I've never been stingier than who gets it. So I'm still periodically speaking to her, obviously. Like, she moved and she had problems like sorting out her boiler and stuff. And I did video calls. I had to move all of her stuff out. It's not like I just said, get out, and that was it. It wasn't. I had to move all of her stuff downstairs, which was not easy and mashed up my whole body. But I did it. And the people that moved her said, I thought you said this was just a bedroom. That's how much stuff she had. When she moved out, I recognised why, oh, that's where all your money went. In all these hobbies that you've indulged her in. But yet she wants to stand in my face and tell me that she doesn't believe in my dreams and that one of us needs to earn money. Is it? Okay. You don't know what my dreams are. That's just for a start. But I cannot tell you the pain of that. That you're gonna Lego, painting, taking SSOing classes, you're doing all this stuff to make sure that she opens her mind. She did like uh gaming technology at college, so like she knows how to like build games like in the background, but then she didn't want to do it at uni. But just saying like you can do whatever you want, don't stay in a female like dominated market. Like you can do whatever you want, encouraging her to do all of that, encouraging her to just like step outside the mold, in it. Don't just think you need to work in an office or you need to do this or that. Go after it. Versus just turn around and tell me that. It's like, okay. So then she starts trying to tell me that she wasn't ready to move out. And I said, well, I bet you should have behaved better then, shouldn't you? Because you're not going to put that on me. So that's what she was trying to do. Because when I did see her, she was just being so entitled. It was awful. I went over to her flat to see her. And actually, as I sat there, I thought, I know I ain't coming back here again. Because she kept on trying to drop in all these seeds of, well, my friends have said if that was my mum, I just wouldn't even speak to her. But I said, I'm not trying to not speak to my mom ever again. Like, what do you mean? And I'm sat there like, oh, you do me a favor? Because it really don't feel like that from where I'm sitting. It really doesn't. It really seems like you're trying to put some shit on me that I am not picking up. So, yeah, all of that just wasn't working. And then after that, after she moved, that's when I worked out that all of these female entities lived at a six. So if I never threw her out, I never would have put that together. And it's taken me all this time to be able to like bring it around to tell you this because you wouldn't have understood it otherwise. I was just like, is anyone fucking watching this? Like for real. But yeah, you wouldn't have understood it otherwise. And it only makes sense if there's five of them and they all live at sixes. There's got to be a sixth one hiding that I don't know about, innit? It's the only thing that makes sense. There's got to be six of them. Come on. I have a sneaking suspicion there it is, but it's a hunch, so I'm not saying it. Um, because I would have no way to verify her address. So there's no point in saying it. But maybe down the line, maybe someone else can verify it for me. So I'm at a point. So it's like gotten to November last year, 2025. October, let's say October 2025. You've got no one attached to you. So now you're going to start getting harassed by your housing place because they've got grounds in it. Because somehow, miraculously, they found out that she's moved out. So uh, basically, it doesn't mean you have to move or nothing like that, but it means that the way that the rent was being covered, they're not going to cover that room anymore because it's classed as a spare bedroom. So now you have to find extra money for that. That's like £110 a month. And then one day I get a guy in a high vis jacket come to my door. He doesn't knock on anyone else's door, just my door. Pay attention. These are the things that have happened to me coming up to me being 42. So he knocks on my door. I don't answer because that's not how I move. There's a buzzer system. So he's got in the building without ringing the buzzer. He knocks on my door. I don't answer. He leaves. I see him walk out onto the main road and I watch where he goes. And this man walks as far as my eye can see, and it's a pretty straight road for ages. And he never gets in a van or a car. Feels like hitman shit. Where did he come from? That's the first thing. Then someone sends a takeaway to my house and they ring the buzzer, so they're outside this time, and I can see him with a pizza in his hand. I have barely any food in as well, so it felt like I was being trolled. And he looks pissed off, like, who are these people that order food and then just go out? So I think maybe he's got the wrong address. But then I see, because I can see him on the camera, he goes to his car boot and he gets his phone out and he's obviously checking the address. And he comes back to my door again and he rings my buzzer again. So now I know someone sent that takeaway to you. So that's not great. As much as I said I wouldn't do another job and I didn't have it in me, I thought, let me register with just one recruitment place. You know, like it was Total Jobs that I registered with. And I thought, if I can just raise enough money to just get out of here, I'll just do it for a few months and I can go in it. And then one day I get a phone call and it's a guy, and I can tell he's from London. And he says my full name. And he says, oh yeah, I'm ringing in relation to your resume on Total Jobs. And it's the only place where I've put it, nowhere else. And I say, yeah. And he says, oh, I'm a recruiter from Total Jobs. And I say, well, that's funny because I've got that notification turned off. So recruiters shouldn't be able to contact me through Total Jobs. And he says, what? You weren't expecting me to say that. And he said, oh, okay, all right then, bye. And then when I go to log into my Total Jobs account, I'm locked out of it. I have to change the password to get back in it. And when I get back in it, that toggle is still set to off. So no one should have been able to contact me who was a recruiter through Total Jobs, let alone change my password. So who was that man and where was he trying to get me to go? Then let's get to January. January 2026. I'm not speaking to no one. I'm trying to just get to my birthday, right? I'm trying to just stay alive, basically. I am in the library, which is the only place that I go and sit for more than an hour, right? And I'm in there, and this guy comes in, older guy, like I say, like late 50s, early 60s. Bit energy is a bit on the spectrum, right? And he's opposite me on the computers, and I can just feel him like looking at me, innit? But I just carry on doing what I'm doing. And there's already a guy sat next to me, so he can't do that. So he's opposite me. And then the guy sat next to me leaves after maybe like 20 minutes. So then he moves and he comes and sits across from me. I've got headphones on, by the way. I always have headphones on when I'm outside. And I'm doing stuff. I'm doing stuff on my own laptop. And I can hear him being like, excuse me. And I just think, oh, because I already got the feeling that he's going to say something to you. From when he was across from me, I already got the feeling. And it's like, he's brought up TikTok and he's like, do you know about this? Do you know why this wouldn't work? And I'm like, what is it? And he says, it's TikTok. And I'm like, I don't use TikTok. I tried to use TikTok and it wouldn't even let me follow anyone. So I just never bothered with that. And he said, oh, right. But he's carrying on talking about it. And I made the mistake, and it was my mistake, and I know it. And I said, I don't know TikTok. I went, I know YouTube. I said, I don't know TikTok. And he's like, oh, really? Like, what's your YouTube? And I thought, that's a weird thing to say, right? Because why would you just assume someone has a YouTube? If I said that to you, you'd be like, yeah, well, everyone uses YouTube. So you wouldn't necessarily think that I had one. And obviously, no one gets to see my YouTube content. So, yeah. So I was like, yeah, no, I put DJ sets on there. And he was like, oh, what is it? And can I have a look? And this and that. And I chatted to him for a bit. And after 6 minutes, he's like, do you want to go and get a coffee? Like, let's go and get a coffee. And I was like, no. And I said, but like, have a nice day and stuff. And he was like, all right, cool. And he took it really well. And I thought he left. But it turns out that he went to a different part of the library. And then maybe 30 or 40 minutes later, he came up to me again. And he says, oh my God, yeah, I've had a look at your content and it's amazing. He's like, I don't know what it is. He says, but you know, you've got it. And I was like, oh, thanks. Like, do you know what I mean? And what did he start talking to me about? He's got a YouTube, and he gave me a slip of paper with his YouTube channel on, and basically it was about it was about him trying to get the UK government and the BBC to be honest with us, because he's like middle to upper class or whatever, and he thinks that that's a possibility. And I was like, okay, but it's like he thinks he's a justice warrior, and he starts, I don't know how we get onto the subject, but he's like saying how he plays squash and he's had like an injury and he like super believes in like salt baths. And I was like, yeah, no, so do I. And I had a massive chunk of obsidian, oh, it's not here now, in my pocket, and I passed it to him, and he looked at it and he went, is that obsidian? And I thought, you don't look like the kind of person that would know that. And it kind of disarmed me, and it made me interested in like what's going on in there. So he started talking to me a little bit more, and I thought, you can't just like, you can't just not trust no one in it. And he's like, come on, he's like, you must have 20 minutes to come for a coffee. And I thought, well, I'm just going to watch my drink at all times, and it is a public place, so give him a chance. Like, just go and like, you never know what you could learn from him. And do you know what the annoying thing is? I learned a lot, but he's an art. So we end up going for a coffee. And we end up having this conversation about the frequencies, right? And about, you know, like the smart meters and how they're trying to like do testing through the smart meters. And he tells me this story about how in a really like upper middle class area that's near him, they ran like a double blind experiment. And he said the reason why they'll do that is because the people who live there are more likely to complain. You know, because it's like they're rich. Whereas if they did it in a lower income place and it's 4 o'clock in the morning, people might just think they're that stressed out anyway. They might not realize that something's going on, but they've got the time. And he said that's what they'd be testing for, to see who complains. And like I found that super interesting. But in amongst that, he did say like some mildly inappropriate things like, oh, he said, do you ever put your crystals in the bath, like when you have a bath? And I was like, oh, yeah, like sometimes. And he's like, oh, he's like, maybe we could have a tantric bath together. And I just stared at him because I was like, say one more thing like that and I'm gone. But he didn't. He didn't say nothing else like that. And I came away from the interaction feeling like you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. You know, he is a bit, I got like half a side eye on him. But it was an interesting conversation. I'm not going to lie to you. Even to this day, I think, yes, it was. The thing is, I've never seen him before. And after that day, I always do this. I moved positions of where I was sat in the library because of the other things that were happening in my life. So I've moved positions and now I'm sat at the back of the library, right? There's nothing but a brick wall behind me. So no one can casually walk past. And I emailed him and because he's uploaded some of the videos that are not his are quite interesting. And he'd just like send me like content he'd think I'd want to watch or whatever, informative stuff. And a lot of his messages I didn't reply to because I just didn't. But I'd not been out for a week. And I went out and he came to the back of the library and I was like, hello. And I said, what are you doing in here? And he said that he's filming some content, which he was because I saw it on his page. He did film some content that day. But I said, how did you find me back here? And what he said, and I've verified this with the library, they said he is doing this, is that he's moving around different computers within the library because he's trying to get his views up on YouTube. And that's how he's doing it. He's saying it registers as a different machine. So he goes around different. I mean, this stinks of middle class. Like, who has time to drive around different libraries all day just trying to get your YouTube content going? Like, what on earth? So I'm like, this guy is giving Mad Hatter to the craziest degree. But I do kind of like that energy because you're just not a blender in it. So I'm like, you are dedicated. So he says, yeah, and he's all excited and whatever. And then he goes away and he films his content and he comes back again. And he's just like, should we go for a coffee again, like one day next week or something, or blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yes, that's all right. Like, we can do that. I said, as long as you understand that it's just as friends and nothing else. This guy's like pushing 60, but you know how they just try to get a little bit fresh sometimes. You just have to put them in their place, innit? And he's like, yes, and whatever. And then he went, and it was fine. And in between then, on the same day, I get a phone call about a job that I legitimately applied for through a sewage company, right? And the reason I applied for it is because all you were doing, when companies send cameras down the lines and they're looking for blockages, all your job was to review the footage. And it paid pretty well and it was local. And I thought, that's not a female dominated industry. That's why I applied for it. So a female rings me about the job and she says that she's from their recruitment department. And she's got all the details about the job and it's very legit. Everything she's saying to me, it lines up, even though that recruitment thing happened to me. I know I applied for that job. So this actually makes sense. So I am a little bit cautious, but I do believe her because I have no grounds to not believe her on. I did apply for that job. I applied for it maybe a month ago, but I did apply for it. So she keeps getting interrupted with recruitment stuff. She's super fake. That is what I will say. But I find recruitment people to be like that, innit? Because they're salespeople. So that's not really throwing me off this, like thinking anything's wrong. So she's like, we'd like you to come in for an interview. And I'm like, okay, cool. But she's like, I need to speak to the people who will interview you because I don't know about a date. So later that day, she rings me back. Nothing is setting off any red flags about this. I'm suspicious of everything and everyone at this point, but I can't call this out. And she says, yeah, like you can come in. She gives the date. It's like a week and a bit away. And I say, yep, that's fine. I then get a notification about another job that I applied for. Same day. All this is happening on the 30th of January while I'm in the library. All of it. And at this time, I had my internet turned off, right? So if I wouldn't have been in the library, I wouldn't have caught some of this. So now you've got an interview on Monday and it's Friday for a cosmetics place again. And I find that, like, it seems like good luck, but I am feeling like it's a bit sketchy because there's been nothing for, like, for ages. But anyway, over the weekend, I started to just really think, like, I don't want to work in I don't want to work in retail ever again. So I decided to just swerve it, and it's not enough money compared to the other one. There's like a £6,000 difference. So I I just think I'm just going to go to the other one. So in between that, the guy that I met in the library has sent me an email saying that he's going to a jobs fair and do I want to come with him? He's driving. And I'm like, I'm not getting in a car with you. Are you crazy? I don't know you like this. So I just tell him no. And I've got an interview that day anyway. But, if I get it, I'll let you know. And he just says, like, good luck. And I go to the interview. And I just told you it's a sewage company, right? Law of averages would say that it's unlikely that the recruitment person, when I go in there, they put me with a member of staff who for an hour shows me how their system works. Everything to do with what you'd be expected to do in the differences for an hour. And it's a female. She seems fine. I don't have an issue with her or nothing. And then you're going to have an interview for another hour with two females. So you can see men or males around you, yet they will have nothing to do with your fate. It doesn't seem plausible to me. And I will tell you that none of them were horrible. They didn't seem like they was on their high horse. They didn't seem like they were trying to haze me in any way. They honestly didn't. But I made the mistake of having a drink of water while I was there. And I wish I could take that back. That's the one thing I would say, like, you left your DNA there, and I wish I didn't do that. I really didn't. I really wish I didn't. But I'm fine. So, but they go through all this, and she ends up telling me that it's been bought out by BlackRock. And as soon as she says that, I want to walk out because I know I'm not going to work here. There's no way that I'm going to work for BlackRock. But I don't, because it just feels rude. But I wish I would have gone with my instincts. Because I just, there's no way I'm going to work for them. So I've been in there for 2 hours and I come out and I just feel so drained. And I've still got to get food shopping. And they never ever contact me to tell me I didn't get the job. Which that's only ever happened to me once, where someone's not told me I didn't get the job. Even if I've gone for an interview, they've always, and I know people might say that's just how it is now. But I feel like that was a ritual. I think there was no job. So that was 100% because you're an open door. If you're applying for things like this, apparently you just are. So I stay inside for another week because I'm recuperating and rebalancing myself and working out and being on the decks and just trying to harmonize myself again, right? And now it's the beginning of February. And I sit in the same place in the library, right at the back. No one could possibly walk past me or see me any other way. And that same guy walks to the back of the library again. And I'm like, nope. And he goes to say hello to me, and I just stare at him. And he's like, And he just walks off. And there's a man sat next to me. Oh, I swear he's my guardian angel, right? He's like this. I don't know how to describe him. He's like, he always dresses in black and he's got a few piercings, and you can tell he's into gaming and stuff. But he's so into what he's doing. He's got passion inside him, yeah. And by this time, I'm rattled. I'm not going to lie to you, because I'm like, my SIM card is not in my phone because of everything that's been happening. So how is it that you've not been out of the house for a week and someone not only knows where you are in a place, they know exactly where you're sat? How is this happening to you? So I see this guy sat next to me, and I just need, and I say, excuse me, and he's so into what he's doing, he doesn't clock it at first. And I'm like, excuse me. And I said, did you see that guy who just came up to me? And he's like, is he giving you a problem? Straight away. And I was like, oh, he's a real man, right? And he just starts reeling off that you don't have to sit here and take that. If he's giving you a problem, he's making you feel uncomfortable, you need to go up to the library staff, you need to tell him who he is, and they'll ban him. It's like, you don't need to sit there and just accept it. And I thought, is it that deep? Do I need to do that? But something about the way he said it, and I was so ready. He was so loaded to tell me, get rid of this fucking idiot, that I did it. And the library staff says, there's already a strike against his name. He's been banned from other libraries. And I'm like, for real? And she said, yeah, he has. And I was like, oh God, who did I go for a coffee with? I watched my drink the whole time. But you know, I think that was his whole persona is a cover. I swear, he's not like on the spectrum or anything. He's way cleverer than he makes himself out to be. It's a disarming technique, I feel. So yeah, never saw him again. So this is the beginning of February, right? So then I'm starting to be trolled again by the people who own this property. And a woman who works there in the rents team, she rings me and she tells me, so basically, because they have harassed me so much and told me wrong information so many times via the phone, I have said that you're only allowed to contact me by post. And that is very much within like your rights to do that, because they lie to me all the time. And it's been very detrimental to me. She decides that she's not going to do that. So I've got my SIM in my trusty Nokia, you know, old school Nokia. Oh my gosh, oh, I love that phone. It's not around now, so I can't show you, but oh, just when phones know how to mind their business. So my SIM is in there. And so she's rang me. And but it's off a withheld number. And I was looking at it for ages, like, I don't feel like you should answer that. And she starts saying, can I talk to you for a minute? And I said, about what? Because I don't like her and she knows it. And she says, remember, this is the beginning of Feb. She says that even though your rent is being covered by the government, and you're paying £40 a month towards the rent arrears, there's still a shortfall that you need to pay. Wait for it. Of £36.36. And I'm like, fuck off. You had to go for the pence as well. And everything in me is screaming now, like, everything you think about this 369 thing, it's all true. It's all true. What is she on about? I'm going to put up right now how much universal credit I've been getting paid. Do you know what's missing off of that? There's actually 96 pence. Imagine that's what they're making me live off for a month. A month. You know how much food is. Like, what? It never lasts. Never. That's why I've just stopped doing anything they want, because I'm just like, I just can't do this anymore. I can't. You're just shutting down every avenue of me trying to do something, and then you're making me live off of this. This is insanity. So she says it, and I put the phone down, and I'm like, no, I'm going in there. Because she's lying, and I know it. So I go in the next day, and the main people there, they're like, we can't give you like rental breakdowns because you need to speak to an income officer because they know they can get into it. We can't. We're just like basic customer service. And I wait for nearly 40 minutes, and I get this hag that comes out, yeah, because she asked me my name and address. And she's already got an attitude. And I was just like, oh my God. And she disappears for way too long, close to 15 minutes. And she's obviously being coached in the back. Because I've walked in, they're not expecting me to be there. This is not, we're going to ambush you. I've ambushed them. And she calls me into the room, and she has a laptop in her hand, and she never puts the laptop on. And she sits down and she says, yeah, I've had a word with Rebecca, and she said, yeah, it's about the £36 and 36 pence. And I said, yeah. I went, well, I can't afford to pay that. I went, I can only afford to pay like £20. And I'm testing one. And she is so rude. And she like sits back in the chair and she's like, it's not enough. It's not enough. And I said, well, what's going to happen if I can't pay that? And she went, well, we'll just have to go for an eviction warrant. It's as simple as that. And she just stares at me, and I went, well, it is what it is. And I said, what? I want to see the breakdown. And she says, yeah, like she presses it and she shows me her computer's not turning on. So like, it's not even charged. And she says that she'll get the financial breakdown in the post to me, right? So I leave, and I am so angry. And I just think, go home and sleep and just think. And I don't obviously get that much sleep because I'm just so mad. But I get up and I go back the next day because I'm like, I have to prove that they're doing this to me on purpose, and I have to prove it. I have to prove that you're fucking lying. So I go in there, and it's a guy but they're both kind of young in there, and they're both cool. A guy and a girl, both of them in there. And he's like, and I told him how she talked to me, and he went, just straight away, he went, just brick wall straight away. And I said, yeah. And he said, right. He went, I'll type out your complaint, which he did, and he gave me the reference number and everything. And I went. And I'm going to show you how they responded at first in a screenshot. And so you're still denying it. Do you know something else? They didn't send the financial breakdown. It says in that letter that we've included a financial breakdown, and it's not there. And this is why I'm saying, where they plead incompetence and it's just a mistake, and it's not. They're doing all of it on purpose. All of it is on purpose because they've told a lie and they want you to shut the fuck up and accept it. And I don't. And straight away, I just start typing a response to this. And I think I'm going to do it myself because they need this specific wording that I need to put in about, well, I'll highlight it. And now I want you to look at the response that they sent to that of me putting it in. I told you they were lying. I told you they were lying. That woman sat in my face and told me, well, we're just going to get an eviction warrant. It's as simple as that. And it's because they need you to believe the lies that they're telling you. Because if you don't, all their shit falls apart. And if you think I've got no one attached to me for my 42nd birthday, and this is what they're trying to do to me in January and February, this is what they were trying to do to me. So they've binded me in the numbers because they couldn't do nothing else. Now, I want you to think about what they've been doing to me for my whole life. Think about when I was at high school and I told you about all the buses I was catching, and I told you about the 3 bloodlines that were surrounding me, and I told you about some of my friends being ops, and I told you about the boyfriends breaking my heart. Think about how much ways they were fucking me up. Think about all them ways, and think about that I've got to this age and I've got rid of all of them. Apart from the financial thing, they just they can't latch onto me in any way. So this is why everything that they're doing suddenly seems so outlandishly obvious. But I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. So we get to the end of February, and I never saw that first guy ever again. Never again. I didn't see him before then. I didn't see him after. Never again. The library staff said that he was familiar to them, but I've seen people in there that are like him, and he just doesn't look familiar to me at all. So I'm sat in there, and I'm getting ready to leave actually, and I'm sat right at the back again, because now I'm thinking, back against the wall seems like the safest place, even though you're still finding me here, innit? This young guy walks in, and he's like saying, "Oh, are you here again?" and that. And I'm like, I don't know you. But he's being over familiar immediately. And he's trying to tell me that he saw someone earlier this morning outside in their pajamas. I would never be seen dead doing that kind of disgusting behavior, right? And he thought it was me, and that I've got a twin walking around this area. And I was like, no, I don't. Immediately, I'm just like, who is this little prick? I don't like him at all. And he starts asking me all of these questions. He's like, oh, I've just been to the gym. Do you go to the gym? Like, do you work out? Blah, blah, blah. And I'm going to tell you the exact energy that he gave me. That he's on a time crunch and he needs to try and disarm me as quickly as possible. This is not a natural interaction. These people don't know how to be authentic. They don't know how to just act natural. Clearly, you've been promised a lot if you can break through the firmament. That is my 10-year solid gold lockdown of the V, right? Because I don't know what this is. Who would believe this? So there's 2 guys already sat there, yeah. There's the Asian guy sat next to me, and there's a black guy, and I can tell they're just like, what is this guy on, right? It's just like, Agent Smith, you're just firing questions off, firing them off. This whole time I'm packing my stuff up, I'm just barely answering him, right? But he's just carrying on talking and talking and talking. And he says, oh, what's your name? And I tell him, I say Eva. And he's like, um, and then I don't say anything for like way too long. And I'm like, what's yours? And he says, Brad. But it's Bradley, but I prefer Brad. I went, oh, is Bradley a Sunday name? And he says, oh, do you go to church? And I thought, what? That's such a bizarre thing to ask. Like, what is going on? And then he's like, I'm walking off, and he's like, have you got Snapchat? And I'm like, no, I'm an adult. And he's like, oh, well, give us your number then. And I'm like, no. And he's like, why not? And I said, because I don't know you. And the whole thing is ridiculous. All of it is like 4 minutes or less of just these rapid fire questions that you think I'm going to respond to in a serious fashion after what's just happened to me with the other guy. And I'm just like, I've got to get out of here. And I call him out and I say, some very strange things happen in this library, Bradley. I say some very strange things. And he's like, oh, yeah, like what? This guy knows exactly what I'm talking about. The other two guys were just laughing, right? And I just went, anyway, nice to meet you. Bye. And I'm out. Because if you think you're going to send me a half eaten dog bone when I know I've got a seafood platter waiting, you're out of your mind, right? And I go home and I'm rattled, but I can't stop laughing. I honestly can't. Because between four housing doing this thing to me and these weirdos that are just coming out of nowhere. There's also this guy that's been morphed into outside who keeps trying to ask me for money. Never seen him before. The guy is saying to me he's trying to get 40 quid together. I'm like, yeah, who ain't, bitch? Like, what? What is this? And his nose is running like crazy. I see him 3 times between January and March the 18th. 3 times he tries to get my attention and speak to me. And again, you're trying to get my sympathy. I'm not giving you my money. I don't have any. Like what? What is this? So, but then shit does get kind of serious. So on the 18th of March, my birthday's on the 23rd of March, innit? So I've nearly made it, but not at the same time. At the 18th of March, I get woken out of my bed by someone knocking on my door, right? There's a hammer at my door full time. I may have already said this because this country is so weak, you're not allowed like real weapons and that. So I just immediately get that feeling like, oh my God, what are they doing now? What is it? Because I already know this, there's no one should be at my door. And I look through the spile and it's a guy dressed exactly like he is a handyman. He's got a toolbox and everything. And he obviously knows the way that the workmen who were sent for us for repairs, how they dress. Because it doesn't have the right writing on, but it's a black fleece and that's what they always wear. And like work boots and the trousers, and he's got a toolbox. And I look at him, and obviously I'm not answering the door. He didn't ring the buzzer either, so he's got in the building again. And he like bends down at the toolbox and he's got his phone in his hand, and I feel like he's taking a photo of my door, like to prove that he came. And he knocks twice and it's pretty loud. And he doesn't knock on anyone else's door again. And then he leaves. And I go look out the window, but I never see him come out of the front. So maybe he was parked at the car park at the back. I don't know. But now I'm like, girl, what are they? What would have happened if I've answered the door to these people? Because they always say, never let a vampire in your house. You're granting them access based off the lies that they're trying to tell you at the door. And if you accept those lies, they're going to say you're fair game. And I'm trying to catch my breath. And I already planned to go out this day, right? And I just think, I'm not letting this rock me. There's a small part of me, because I've not checked, because the post boxes are separate to like my front door. And I've not checked them for like a week. So there's a small chance that the housing I've sent someone round and I've just missed the letter, because as despicable as four housing are, they will never send someone round to your door unannounced unless it's a rent person. But for handy maintenance thing, they won't, because so many people don't want them in the house. So they have to do it properly, because they get a lot of abuse. Some of them have told me like they have to get warrants all the time to do services and stuff, because people just won't let them in. So they do at least do that, right? So I'm already going out and I think I'll check the post box. And there is some post in there. So I'll grab it and I'm walking across my park. And it takes me a minute to realise that you've opened all the posts and there's nothing in there about maintenance. Who the fuck was that at my door? But I think don't freak out. So I go to the library and my guardian angel's there. He's sat like at the back, so we like nod heads and that. And I tell him, thank you for telling me to do that about the library, about that guy, because it turns out, he's a prick. So, and I told him that, and he was like, yeah, you're welcome. And I decide to actually ring the housing and find out for sure, did you send someone around to my house this morning? And at first she's like, I don't think so. She said there is something on about the fire doors, but like that's not down until next month, and it's not really, it's a communal thing. But she says, I'll double check and I'll call you back. And I don't think not everyone who works there is a part of this shit. In fact, most of them aren't. And she rings me back and she says, Eva, we didn't send anyone to your door. She said, so, because I told her I've got a pretty serious stalking issue going on. And she said, so if you're in contact with someone in the police, I suggest that you let them know this. She went, because we didn't send anyone to your door. March the 18th, and it's like 9:10 in the morning, right? So I say, thank you for ringing me back. I already knew it wasn't. I just wanted to confirm it to myself, you know what I mean? I wanted to confirm that all of these things that have been happening to you is because you've just got no one around you that can siphon you. And they're on a time crunch. Because I've never known anything like this. It's absolutely insane. So I'm sitting there, yeah, and I've been in there for like an hour and a half. And I'm trying to just, I'm just doing some DJ shit because I'm just trying to just, And my guardian angel gets up and he goes, and I think he's gone. I want you to remember this. He's only gone for about 7 minutes. And after 4 minutes, that same young guy makes a beeline to the back of the library again. And he's expecting, I can see exactly what he's doing. He's expecting me to be sat in the same place that I was sat the first time he spoke to me. And I'm not. And I clocked him. He's got a lime green t-shirt on, fam. Like, I can't miss this. I can't believe this is happening to me. But I can't miss this. And he's looked, and that's where my guardian angel was sat. And he looks confused, like, wait, she's supposed to be sat there, but I'm sat at the side of him here. And I'm just looking at him like, you have got to be fucking kidding me. I swear to God, I'm going to kill this guy. Like, it is so hard for me to compose myself because I just know, who the fuck is sending you to do this to me? Who is it? And he comes, and there's a seat at the side of me, like this side. And he doesn't even try to go on a computer. And he just sits facing me. And he's like, and I just look at him and I went, it's very strange that you're in here again. And he says, is it? Is it? And then he says, gets his phone and he says, can I show you my edits? I've made a YouTube channel. What are the chances that these two guys that have come out of nowhere in the last 2 months are trying to bond with you because they've both got YouTube channels? And I just, honestly, I say no. And he says, why not? This is how he says it. Why not? Like, bitch, I'm going to get millions because of you. You have to do this. And I look at him and I say, because I'm not interested and because I'm busy. And I just put my headphone back on And I turn up my music and he's still trying to talk to me and I don't know what he's saying. And after like 20 seconds, he just gets up and walks off. And I never see him again. Well, not since the 18th of March. And then my guardian angel comes back. And I'm just like, so what does that say? It says that you're being watched that heavily that they waited for that man to leave. They waited for him to leave so that they could do this to you. Because I told you there's something about his energy. And I tell him what's happened and he says, well, I have been known to be guardian angel to many. And I thought, and I looked at him and I went, I absolutely believe you as well. So you would think nothing, the only thing that happened to me after that was that I was out shopping and that same guy who was trying to put 40 quid together reappeared again. And I just didn't even look at him and I said, nope, sorry. And he just walked off again, not seeing him. That was, so I believe the 18th of March was a Wednesday. And then, so it was the 20th of March when he did that. And nothing else since then, like this creeper has happened since my birthday. But also, I'm still here. So obviously, whatever this thing is, they're just not letting go of me. And I've been trying to like manifest. If you can see all of this bad, if all of this bad has been proven to you, then doesn't it make sense that not only have they gone after you this hard for a reason, but why can't I have my good now? Like what? How do I get out of here like this? Because you know what it feels like? And I'm gonna end by saying this, yeah. It feels as though I don't gamble. I don't have a stomach for it. But you know how they design everything in a casino for you to lose? There's no windows, there's no clocks, they ply you with food and drink. They do all the lighting is designed specifically. They do all of that to bleed you dry. But what happens if you start being on a winning streak? They ban you. Because that's you're not supposed to win. The house always wins. And that's what I feel like I'm in now. Like I fucking won you fair and square. I got my memories back. I did all of this. And now what? You're just going to want me to sit here and starve to death because I won't do what you want. Because the thing with universal credit now is, yeah, they're wanting me to send these receipts to prove my income because I'm registered as self-employed, right? After everything I've just told you, they know I can't make no money. So they're just trolling me, right? And it's not that I can't provide the receipts because it's things like Serato, which I do actually, well, I did pay for. And I do obviously buy music and I do those things. But I feel like this is them trying to attach a siphon to me to prove that I still have to acquiesce to what they're doing. And if I accept it, then it's never going to end. And I know a lot of people are going to be like, but you're going to starve to death. And I just think, I'm already starving to death. I can't live in this environment. I need to be in a tropical environment. I need to be in harmony with the earth. I need to see beautiful things every day. And then I need to see nature. I need to see real nature. Do you know how I know when I know that I'm safe? When I see a raccoon in real life. I love raccoons. I'm obsessed with them. They're just the cutest little burglars. They're so clever. Like I need to see a raccoon. And if I know that I see that in real life, I know that I've made it home. But if you made it through this, even if it took you a week, you're an angel. I want to thank you, right? And the last thing that I want to say is to my American people, and I don't want to get emotional because I've held it in so much, yeah. You are the reason I'm still alive. I'm telling you, you are. I'm going to put a little collage up, and it's not everyone, it's just the ones I could find. because that is my land and it's your land. And that land rose up and it spoke to me through you. So if you see your face up there, know that you said something. It was your vibe. You made me laugh. It's the way that you put things together. You're the reason I'm alive, because I would never have been able to put all of this together without the way that you think. It's the way that you're suspicious and you can call bullshit and you've got all of that chest. I want to thank you from the bottom of my soul, because I swear to you, you are the reason I'm still alive. Because I needed your passion and it came directly from the earth. And I know you're pissed off with the way things are, but please know that that land is magical and it's gonna reward you. It's going to reward you for all of this. So just don't think about leaving. If you know you're from America, do not you dare leave, because it's yours and it's not about skin color. It's yours, and you have helped me so much. And so yeah, that is the last thing that I'm going to finally end this video on. And yeah, God, thanks.
If it's true nobody's coming to save you, it's equally true that nobody's coming to stop you. You better do something incredible before we all run out of time. Message.